Good start. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the meeting of the Combined Authority Board. It is Wednesday, the 25th of January 2023, and we are broadcasting from Pathfinder House in Huntingdon. And thank you to Huntingdon District Council for allowing us to use this space today. My name is Anna Smith, and I am Deputy Mayor of the Combined Authority and chairing this meeting in place of Nick Johnson. I would like to welcome those members of the public and press who are joining us for this board meeting today. There are no fire drills scheduled for today, so if the alarm sounds, I will adjourn the meeting and we will leave the building by the nearest exit and assemble in the High Street. A reminder to all those present that this meeting will be live streamed and a recording will be placed on the Combined Authority website. Can I ask all those present to turn off their mobile phones or turn them to silent or vibrate while this meeting is taking place? I look forward to hearing the views of all members of the board during the debate today. I hope that we will have a useful and productive debate. I do reserve the right to exercise my discretion as chair during the course of the meeting to determine both the time permitted for speeches and the number of speeches to be made by any member or officer in order to manage the meeting efficiently. We have a long agenda, so I ask members and officers to be brief. We now move on to item 1 of the agenda, which is announcements, apologies for absence, and declaration of interests. Firstly, I'd like to offer a warm welcome to John O'Brien. And John, I'm sorry I didn't have the chance to say hello before the meeting started. John is the chair of the Cambridgeshire and Peterborough Integrated Care Board, and he succeeds Jan Thomas as the ICB's non-voting co-opted member of the board. We are delighted to have you joining us, and you are welcome and encouraged to take part in the debate in any matters on the agenda. And I would also like to place on record, on behalf of the board, our thanks to Jan Thomas, the Chief Exec of the ICB, for her contribution to the work of the Combined Authority throughout her time as a cooperative member of the board. And we look forward to continuing to work with her in other ways. Following a successful Transport and Infrastructure Committee meeting last week, it has requested that the board approve 25.4 million of capital and revenue expenditure. And this demonstrates the amount of work, both capital and revenue, that the Combined Authority and partners are continuing to deliver. The Combined Authority has secured more than £820,000 of revenue support for itself and partners to develop its active travel expertise and work programme, including the employment of an active travel advocate. And this follows the successful attainment of a level 2 score given by Active Travel England. So following the recent announcement by Active Travel England, the Combined Authority is working with constituent councils to develop a bid for funding through its Tranche 4 funding round. The bid will need to be submitted by mid-February, and a key component of our bid will revolve around rural accessibility via active travel options. We've also been informed recently by the Department for Levelling Up Homes and Communities that the Combined Authority has been successful in securing nearly £50 million of funding for our Levelling Up Round 2 bid for Peterborough Station Quarter. As an update on the CPCA Affordable Housing Programme and its loan book, I am pleased to advise that with the receipt of a payment on the 19th of January, the loan with the Borough ECTC that supported the delivery of the 57-unit housing scheme at Haddenham has been repaid with interest in full. Pleasingly, this is ahead of the contracted repayment date of the 31st of March 2023. So moving on to apologies, would the Democratic Services Officer please report any apologies?
Thank you, Chair. Apologies have been received from Mayor Dr. Nick Johnson and from the Police and Crime Commissioner Darryl Preston, who is substituted by Deputy Police and Crime Commissioner John Peach. Councillor Bridget Smith has also given apologies that she'll need to leave the meeting early.
Councillor Nessinger.
I'd also like to make an apology that I have a slight back problem, and given that this is likely to be a long meeting, I may stand up intermittently. It's not because I'm planning to leave or very grumpy, it's just that I'd like to stand up, so apologies for that.
Thanks for letting us know. Thank you. Does any member wish to declare a disclosable pecuniary interest or non-statutory disclosable interest in any items being considered today? And as usual, a reminder that declarations of interest can, of course, be made at any point during the meeting. So before we begin, it has been proposed that the board might wish to consider deferring two items on the agenda today. That's item 3.3, the Combined Authority Governance Arrangements, and item 7.1, the Constitution Review, to our meeting in March. Can I now ask if the board is content to agree this suggestion? Getting a lot of nods. We will confirm that. In that case, I also propose to move items 3.1, the Combined Authority Monthly Highlights Report for January, and 3.2, the Improvement Plan Update for December 22, to the end of the agenda. These are both very important reports, but I am conscious they do not require decisions from us today. So we will first focus on those items which do require board decisions. So can I take agreement and consent on that? Thank you. Excuse me, just a pause while I get my computer back to where it should be. Okay, we now move to item 1.2. And item 1.2 is an update on the Combined Authority Board and Committee memberships, and we are being asked to note and ratify a number of changes. In addition to those changes shown in the published report, we are also being asked to formally note the change in the Integrated Care Systems representative from Jan Thomas to John O'Brien, and to note that Councillor Oliver Sainsbury will be Peterborough City Council's member on the Employment Committee for the remainder of the municipal year, with Councillor Fitzgerald as a substitute member. Does anyone have any comments or questions, or can we take those changes as agreed? So if we look at the papers, I'm moving the recommendations from the chair. Do I have a seconder to support those appointments? Councillor Smith. May I have votes in favour of those appointments? That's unanimous. Thank you. Item 1.3 is the minutes of the meeting on the 30th of November 2022 and the minutes action log. And I have that here, is that right? Thank you. My pen seems to have disappeared. Does somebody? Thank you. Is the board happy to approve the minutes as an accurate record and note the log at the end? Councillor Smith.
Sorry, I'm struggling to find them at the moment. I seem to recall when I read these, which was a little while ago now, that that's the sort of generic term was used to refer to our member. I'd really rather that members, when what they say is recorded in the minutes, I'd really rather it was attributed to members by names rather than this anonymised sort of generalisation that's used.
Thank you, Chair. The reason that these are anonymised in council meetings, as many of us realise, is that very often certain individual councillors tend to grandstand and use the opportunity and then wish to have that recorded under their name. But this isn't a council. This is an accumulation of councils, and we are all council leaders. And therefore, I think it's quite appropriate for Councillor Smith's suggestion to be adopted and for us to be named rather than just say a member.
Do I have assent for that in the room? Is that Rishenda, can we note names as we move forward on that? Thank you. So that will be something we'll take forward from this moment on. I don't think it would be possible at this point to go back and edit the minutes from the last. So having seen no objections, I will take the minute as approved and the action log noted. So I will now sign those minutes. Thank you. Item 1.4 is petitions. No petitions have been received this month. Item 1.5 is a public question. We have received one public question this month from Kelly Whitley. Is that pronounced correctly? A local resident. A copy of the question was included in the published agenda circulated electronically to board members ahead of today's meeting and has also been published on the Combined Authority website. I don't think Ms. Whitley is here. Is she here online? So could the Democratic Services Officer please read out that question?
Ms. Whitley writes, my twin teenagers are in further education in Cambridge, but our village of Bassingbourn has no bus service to Cambridge, nor any bus service at all to take them to the nearest public transport link in Royston, early enough in the morning to reach college. Both boys also work at McDonald's in Royston at weekends, but there is no bus service at all on a Sunday, and Saturday bus times, like weekdays, are very limited. The cycling route along the A1198, crossing the A505 roundabout, is dangerous, and we do not own a car. I am a single mum with 2 younger children as well and cannot afford regular taxi fares to Royston. Young people in Bassingbourn, which is a relatively large village, have no suitable public transport links for young people needing to get to education, training and jobs. What can the Combined Authority advise for my sons?
Thank you. And thank you for that question. And if you're watching us on the YouTube feed, welcome. So as a former teacher in sixth forms in Cambridge, I particularly sympathise with the issues your twins are facing on a daily basis. So many of our young people rely on public transport and active travel to access our key services and employment locations across the whole of Cambridgeshire and Peterborough. And this is something that the Combined Authority and our constituent councils are committed to working on to improve. It's so important that we encourage people to use an improved bus network, as we cannot simply afford for people to buy cars to make up for failing public transport or lack of active travel, especially as driving is not an option for everyone. That's why, as part of the local transport and connectivity plan, we have developed a bus strategy that outlines the strategic goals for our bus network. This will provide a basis for funding bids to government to hopefully allow for these improvements to be made. The strategy, which is currently out for consultation, consists of a new way of running services in the first place, including franchising, in order to give more control over routes and services. The Greater Cambridge Partnership is currently out to consultation on sustainable travel zones, which would see an additional £50 million invested in buses, which would be the biggest shake-up of buses outside of London since services were deregulated in 1985. Now, it goes without saying that better buses will benefit everyone, providing access to education, training and employment, as well as the ability to reach all the things that people need in their daily lives. Despite the importance of bus travel, we know that services have been in decline for many years, and it is vital that this is addressed if we are to achieve our ambitions for social equality, accessibility, climate change and public health. Therefore, this board meeting will be examining the financial options available to it to maintain and improve the bus offer for the people of Cambridge and Peterborough, including Bassingbourn. Especially in relation to active travel, we acknowledge that safe cycle routes are needed in so many places across our region. I understand that Bassingbourn to Royston features in the Cambridgeshire Active Travel Strategy, and in that context will be in the next iteration of the local cycling and walking infrastructure plan. In order to progress this scheme in a timely manner, funding is important, and the Combined Authority alongside Cambridgeshire County Council are exploring sources to ensure that that particular scheme can be delivered. Key part of the Combined Authority's new active travel advocates role will be examining accessibility and routes within our rural and semi-rural areas by bike and foot. The outputs from this work will form the basis of our bid for further funding from Active Travel England, with the hope that this vital improvement can be made to the routes in these areas of our region. Finally, as part of the recommendation from the Transport and Infrastructure Committee, Route 17, which is Royston, Bassingbourn, the Mordens, is one of the 6 contracts that we are seeking approval from today's Combined Authority Board to allow the procurement and retendering of. If this is agreed and the procurement is approved, then the interim head of transport and his team will engage with the successful bidder and operator to ensure that your views and those of the community are understood, and we subsequently seek to improve the offer for those living in Bassingbourn. Thank you. So there's clearly no follow-up question to that because the speaker is not here. So we are now going to move on to part 2, which is finance. Bear with me just a moment. Due to the close interconnection of the first 2 items and to facilitate debate, I propose to discuss item 2.1, the Mayor's draft budget and the Mayoral Precept 2023-4, and item 2.2, the 23-24 budget and medium-term financial plan 23-27 at the same time. We will, however, need to vote on the 2 reports separately at the end of the debate. And John Alsop, Chief Finance Officer, will introduce both reports now.
Thank you, Chair. Good morning, members. So as indicated by the Chair, there are 2 papers on the agenda relating to the budget for 2023-24 and the medium-term financial plan to 2026-27. And because they are so interlinked, I will introduce them both together. So agenda item 2.1 relates to the Mayor's budget, which includes for the first time the proposal to implement a general precept of £12 per annum on a Band D property, which is specifically set in response to the transport pressure the Combined Authority is facing across its supported bus services, and is expected to raise funds of approximately 3.6 million in 2023-24. And while the Mayor isn't here to present the report, he has provided a note to support it, which I was going to read out to the board, if that's okay. So this is a message from Nick Johnson. So this mayoral budget is an important step in building the capability and capacity that we need to create the transport system that the residents of this region deserve. No one takes the decision lightly to add even £1 a month to people's council tax bills, but we have a responsibility to our residents. We will not be an area that fails to look after its public transport or that fails to serve our residents who have no choice but to use the bus. Our whole region, rural communities and cities alike, needs us to take the lead on a public transport network that works for them. This precept means we can save, for another year, the bus routes that matter so much to many of our residents. Okay, thank you. Other changes to the mayoral budget proposed for 23-24 reflects savings made by the relocation of the Mayor's office in Ely to be co-located with the rest of the organisation here at Pathfinder House. It also reflects the reorganisation of the Mayor's office staff becoming part of the Chief Executive's team, which forms part of the overall Combined Authority budget. I should point out that there is an error under paragraph 2.3, which is pointed out earlier on in the week by the Overview and Scrutiny Committee, that references responses to the budget consultation as being Appendix 3 to agenda item 3.4 of this meeting. Should have read item 2.2. Members will recall that following approval of the draft budget, by the board in November, and alongside a social media campaign to raise awareness of it. The consultation ran for 6 weeks to Friday the 13th of January and resulted in 690 online responses. And these are summarised under Appendix 3, together with other responses received, including those from the Overview and Scrutiny Committee. The Budget and Medium-Term Financial Plan paper recommends the board to, first of all, approve the amount and apportionment of the transport levy for the 23-24, which incorporates a 2% increase of the figures to be recharged to the two highways authorities are as set out in the paper. The 2% increase being lower than the 12.6% that the levy could have been increased by. The paper also recommends to approve the revenue budget for 23-24 and the medium-term financial plan, to approve the capital programme, and also to note the Section 73 Officers Statutory Section 25 statement. There are a number of changes that have been made between the draft November budget and this proposed version, which are set out under paragraph 4. These include a move from the previous directorate structure to the new directorate structure, which was approved by the board in October. The updated figures also include additional costs of maintaining bus services together with the associated precept funding. That's maintaining bus services at current service levels. We've also increased or included updates for board decisions made in November, and have reflected some new funding awards and some changes to staffing assumptions, including changes to the Chief Executive's team and in the skills team. And all of these changes are reflected in the revenue and capital funding tables under paragraph 6.10, which show that all revenue and capital balances remain positive at the end of each year of the medium-term financial plan. The budget paper also includes the Section 25 statement, which is a requirement of the Local Government Act 2003, and that requires the Section 73 officer, in determining the authority's budget for the forthcoming financial year, to report on the robustness of the estimates made for the purposes of the calculations and on the adequacy of the proposed financial reserves. The reserves position have been based on reasonable assumptions of current and future funding streams, including the release of the current pause of the 2023 mayoral capacity funding and the LEP core funding. However, in light of uncertain market conditions and ongoing high levels in inflation, we have increased levels of both the revenue and capital reserves. The minimum level of capital reserve is now set at 1.5 million, and the minimum level of revenue reserve set at 1.8 million for 23-24. With these measures, the budget for next year and the capital programme is balanced and affordable over the lifetime of the medium-term financial plan. Be happy to take any questions. Thank you.
Thank you. Now, before I move, I believe this is the order we do it. Before I move the draft budget, do I do that first before I invite? Right, thank you. So I believe Councillor Bailey has an amendment and wishes to move that now. Councillor Bowden?
Yes, I'm the person who's proposing the amendment, Chair. Right, I'd like the amendment has been circulated to members, and the amendment basically says that there is no need for us to have a mayoral precept this year. And not only is there no need, it's not actually wanted by the people of Cambridgeshire and Peterborough. Now, there's no need mainly because we have a significant amount of underspending in previous years, partly caused by the chaos that there has been in the last 2 years with so many staff members being absent and or not having their places filled. And there are therefore significant reserves that we've got. If we were so desired, and I'm not suggesting this, But if it was so desired, we could actually fund the whole of what is being proposed for spending in this year out of reserves. It would mean that there would be more difficult decisions to make in the rest of the medium-term financial strategy period, but we would have that opportunity. And to show the amount of flexibility that we've got, it's worth noting that just in the current budget that we've got in front of us, there are £1.2 million of proposed revenue budget spending which relates to projects which haven't even yet been approved by the board. And if you go to the detailed appendices to the budget, you will see line after line saying subject to board approval, subject to board approval, subject to board approval. We still have a large amount of flexibility about what we approve in the future, let alone reconsidering some of the things which have been decided in the past. But the main problem that there has been in this budget being created has, of course, related to buses and the issue of bus service subsidies. Now, the greatest failure, I'll use the word disaster of the current mayoral administration was the failure to secure bus service improvement plan money, BSIP money, last spring. And we were told that this is because the ask was insufficiently ambitious. And just for the sake of clarity, Mark Harper, the Transport Secretary, made it clear in Parliament last week that that did not mean that we were being penalised for not including road charging. Now, 7 months ago, this really came to the fore as far as this authority was concerned, Chair. And it was agreed at that time, as a matter of urgency, that as many as possible, because it wasn't all of them, but as many as possible of the services which Stagecoach had abandoned would be financed on a short-term basis up to the end of March this year by the combined authority. And that was done to a greater or lesser extent. There were some services which weren't replaced, and there were many other services which were reduced where that reduction was not reversed. That was done as a matter of urgency 7 months ago, and we've had 7 months since then to work out what we should do for the future, both for 23, 24, and beyond that. And we are told in papers that, in fact, not only have we failed to go through this on a line-by-line basis for which bus services we should or shouldn't continue to subsidise, or which new bus services there should be that we should subsidise. Not only have we not done anything in the last 7 months to do this on a service-by-service basis, we're told it's going to be another 7 months before we actually do that and sit down as a board and make those decisions. And that is absolutely astonishing. And the reason that it's astonishing is that there was a reason why Stagecoach abandoned some of these services, because they are wholly and absolutely uneconomical. Yet we, as some sort of mantra, have said, and it's included in the budget that we've got before us, every single service that there was before, that has to be protected in the, for the next year. And one of the things that this amendment does is to highlight that there are 10 contracts that we have which we are proposing to continue next year. We haven't yet actually agreed to continue them, but we're proposing to continue them next year. Those 10 contracts will cost us next year £634,133. They actually service, according to the most recent information available, just 140 return journeys a week. And they cost, on average, £87.52 of subsidy per return journey per passenger. And that surely is not easy to justify. Now, that was the average. Of course, some of them are significantly more than that. And we have to consider best value in what we do. I fully accept that there was an emergency 7 months ago when decisions had to be made and were made quickly. We've had 7 months to reflect on this. We've had the figures in front of us. They've been given to us. Now is the time that we should be more realistic and ensure that when we are spending public money, we are trying to ensure best value. And I promise you, £87.52 subsidy per return journey is not, on the face of it, best value. Now, the list which is in front of you of 10 services, that are 10 contracts, that only includes those contracts where the return journey subsidy is £55 or more. Now, it could well be argued a £50 subsidy, a £40 subsidy is still unaffordable and unrealistic. But that's where it's necessary to have more granularity, because it's quite possible that some of these services could and should be provided, but in a different way, maybe with a different frequency, maybe at a lower frequency. But it's really important that we have that debate and discussion. There has been no discussion about this whatsoever. The whole lot of all the services, however uneconomic they were, the whole lot are just being proposed to go forward for a further 12 months, which surely isn't justifiable. Now, there are other things in the paper as well, which will be talked about. But as far as the BSIP failure is concerned, that was the most important and most difficult thing that this authority has faced. And you'd have thought that as a result, when we were told you've got another opportunity later in the year to apply for BSIP, you'd have thought we'd get our act together for that. Well, I'll let Councillor Bailey, who's seconding this motion, say just how lamentably we have continued to fail as far as applying to government for bus money is concerned. There are other items in the amendment as well, such as, for example, the vanity project of Cambridge City of Culture. We're told that Cambridge City Council itself doesn't have the resource to be able to move this forward, yet we are putting in the best part of £500,000 in total if you count capital and revenue, and if you take the brought forward from last year, this year, and next year's figures, we're talking about the better part of £500,000, which is being allocated for a vanity project. We are not in a position where we should be financing vanity projects. And in fact, what we are doing here, both in terms of vanity projects and also in terms of uneconomic bus service subsidies, what we are doing is just demanding money from the public in order to cover the failings of this authority and the failings, it has to be said, personally of the mayor, because he's personally taken charge both of the Transport and Infrastructure Committee and the finance portfolio of this authority. The buck stops with the mayor. Now, best value is really important in any budget consideration. And we all have seen the letter from DLUC yesterday, where the government is putting us under quite clear scrutiny, deeper scrutiny, for our failure to assure best value. And the budget that we have proposed in front of us today completely justifies the government's concern about the best value that this authority is providing. And we need to take the opportunity to show that we are responsive to the call for best value. Now, some people may criticize some of the numbers which are in this budget, but I will emphasize the numbers in this budget amendment have been checked by the senior finance and transport officers of this authority before they were presented to members and before they are discussed here today. Now, I said that the mayoral precept is neither needed nor wanted. When I say it's not wanted, I'm referring to the public consultation which the CPCA undertook. Now, this public consultation, which had, I think, a record number of responses as far as the public is concerned, made it abundantly clear that this does not have public support. And I'll just mention two of the questions which were asked in the consultation. Question 9 asked if we should keep public transport services at current levels and not have to reduce them, and asked, would you support a mayoral precept if other funding cannot be achieved? The number of people who said yes to that was under 19%. And for the sake of those at home who are listening to this, I said 19, not 90, 90. Fewer than 1 in 5 of the respondents said that they supported a mayoral precept to keep public transport services at current levels. And then in question 10, the public was asked, would you support a mayoral precept that would be used to deliver better services? The proportion who said yes was 18%, 18%. There is no public support for this mayoral precept. Now, what's a great shame is that the actual detail of the report included comments from the members of the public. And those comments from members of the public haven't been made available for discussion here today in the agenda itself. And in fact, when they were made available late last week by officers to members of this combined authority, we were told it was confidential, which is astonishing. Now, full credit to the chief executive. He agreed that that was perverse, and he agreed that it would be possible for those comments to be raised here today. We've had no other opportunity for the members of the public to be heard, even though they've responded in the public consultation. And with your permission, Chair, I'd just like to say some of the things that they have said, because it's important. They said, of course, but it is, of course, the most important agenda item of So they said, would it not be much less costly to abolish the mayoral thing altogether and repair potholes instead? That would at least be useful and get rid of useless politicians. Well, we can all understand that. We should employ some joined up common sense, was another comment. Stop using people as a cash cow to be continually milked. In the current financial squeeze, you should be cutting costs. Put the brakes on. Rethink. Buses are driving around empty. When you have comments which are made like that, and I have many others, but I'll leave it just at those ones, Chair, in the light of what you said. Uh, we are not responding to them. In fact, we're not even taking them into account. And the reason I know we're not taking them into account is that they weren't even published until the budget itself was published. So the budget was produced with absolutely no reference to the public consultation on the budget, which just goes to show that the whole process of public consultation has been little more than a sham. Now, we have a control in place, Chair, as far as the budget is concerned, and that's the Overview and Scrutiny Committee. And the Overview and Scrutiny Committee has the opportunity before the budget to examine it and to make recommendations to us. But the Overview and Scrutiny Committee process itself was little more than a farce. The overwhelming majority of the Overview and Scrutiny Committee members didn't even receive a copy of the budget before the meeting. They were given 10 minutes at the beginning of the meeting to read all the budget papers and then to scrutinise, to ask questions and make recommendations. It's an appalling failure of governance, an appalling failure of governance. And we're in danger here with this budget, Chair, of actually sleepwalking into just spending more and more money when it's actually not necessary to do so and it's not wanted. I will leave it at that because I do get the opportunity to speak later in this whole debate again. We're only talking about the amendment here. But I have to say that taking things overall, we have a situation where we have a draft budget, which is a real failed budget opportunity to get our expenditure under control. It's a failed opportunity by what is increasingly, obviously, a failing authority led by a failed mayor. I'll leave it at that. I know I have an opportunity to say more things later in the debate. Thank you very much indeed, Chair.
Thank you, Councillor Bowden. And I was keen to allow you as much time as I could there because, as you say, this is a very important item. This is a substantial item. It is an important one. I do intend to allow a reasonable amount of time for debate. I am aware, before we open the debate out more widely, and I'm sure there will be plenty of questions and comments, that we do have a lot more items to discuss today. So I do reserve the right to limit the time we spend on this item. To ensure that everyone gets their chance to speak, I will first ensure that every board member who wishes to speak has the chance to make at least one contribution. I will, of course, then come back to other board members to make further contributions if we have time. Now, Councillor Bailey, I believe you are seconding this amendment. Do you wish to speak now or reserve your right?
I would like to speak now, but I believe Councillor Fitzgerald had a procedural question.
Just a point of information or procedural. Is the budget not unlimited time on the basis it's the budget? So in my council, the budget has unlimited time. I'd just like some clarification.
Thank you, Chair. So in the Constitution, there isn't an unlimited time specified for the budget. And the Chair, as the Chair of the board, has the right to manage the proceedings in a manner that is efficient. But if you look through the Constitution, there isn't a set time allocated to the budget.
Thank you. Councillor Bailey.
Thank you very much, Chair. Taking money from people's pockets with the force of law, particularly in the current cost of living crisis, without first doing every single thing possible to avoid it is lazy, it's too easy, and in my view, it's just wrong. The CPCA should live within its means. Local taxpayers should not be expected to pay for the failures of the Mayor and the CPCA, and it isn't necessary to put yet another charge on hard-pressed local council taxpayers. 79% of the people that responded to the question about raising a mayoral precept to pay for the buses said no. You cannot just ignore those consultation responses. The Conservative budget amendment makes a number of suggestions to balance the budget without the need to resort to a precept, including, as Councillor Bowden said, the cancellation of what is a seriously delayed Cambridge Capital of Culture project. That saves £156,000 on the revenue budget. And we also talk about bringing forward the work for a modest efficiency savings target in year and 5% over the medium-term financial plan. We also have in there £167,000 worth of revenue savings against the housing team staffing costs. The CPCA no longer has any new funding to promote affordable housing. It is merely managing down the in fact, I think now 2 remaining outstanding housing loans and the grant monies, and that could well be managed. It's a performance management situation, really, that could well be managed elsewhere within the combined authority's significant staffing structure. We do also talk about buses in our amendment, and I will come on to that in a second, but just to say one stark statistic. There is one bus service that this authority is subsidising with public funds. It's not one of the ACT's stagecoach services, but it is at an astonishing cost of £256 per return passenger journey. We cannot support a budget today that, you know, if you're going to keep that money in the budget, for goodness sake, that has to be spent on a better bus service that more people can get the use of. And I simply cannot support such a level. And we have to be brave and have this discussion. It will be easy to say the Conservatives are looking to axe bus services, but at £256 public subsidy per return journey, it is untenable. It's important for members of the public because there's been some misinformation flying around in the media and on social media. The proposed precept today is not about improving bus services. It's purely about keeping with the status quo. And as we heard on the Radio Cambridgeshire this morning, the status quo is not going very well for people. Lots of, and that's not directly the fault of this authority, but lots of people being let down, buses being cancelled, stuff not working. And we obviously have a performance monitoring role, I would suggest across the network, but particularly with our subsidised routes. This is only about keeping the status quo. The CPCA has been devising a new bus framework to help inform decisions on which bus routes should be supported when the contracts for the subsidised routes come up for renewal in March. I'm unbelievably disappointed that this is now being proposed to delay these decisions on these routes until the autumn. I cannot for the life of me understand why we would be doing that. The people paying for this delay are the residents of Cambridgeshire and Peterborough through their council tax, and I just can't support that. Our amendment includes, we've taken a look at the top 10 most expensive subsidised per passenger journey services. Together, they cater for 7,246 annual passenger return journeys. So that's an average of 2 return journeys per day per bus that we are subsidising, just 2. An average of 2 return journeys per day per bus at a cost of £87.52 per return journey. We have to look at these services and decide whether they are right to continue or whether that money could be put to better use or whether it's necessary. By the way, taking out these top 10 most expensive subsidised services leaves all of the axed stagecoach routes in the plan. They will remain because we haven't yet got data to understand how many people are using those services. So it's not right yet to look at those. The CPCA was the only mayoral combined authority that received no government funding for bus and transport improvements, as Councillor Bowden alluded to. And all other combined authorities got hundreds of millions of pounds, hundreds of millions. It was a serious failure. Our external auditor raised serious value for money concerns in June 2022 and concerns around investigations into the key individuals in the Mayor's office and employment claims against the authority, which this authority has had to fund from our local resources. The government is withholding funds from this authority currently. And yesterday we received a serious best value letter from the Department of Levelling Up and Housing and Communities at government, setting out ongoing concerns and putting the whole situation of effectively special measures on a more formal footing. Can't really use the word special measures because it doesn't actually in law apply to combined authorities, but it is in effect what we are in. And we're now under quarterly monitoring by government. The Chief Executive has already ordered a savings programme. It is difficult to devise that savings programme without understanding the priorities of the Mayor and the Combined Authority, which have not yet been agreed. But that savings programme must be expedited and it must be brought forward, and that is what we're calling for. And if the Combined Authority got its act together on the bus service improvement plan, this could be, and having the conversation about enhanced bus partnerships and franchising, this is manageable as a one-off problem. And we've set out in our budget amendment the rationale as to why we consider this to be a one-off problem. Therefore, it is totally appropriate to talk about using reserves in a responsible manner. And our BSIP, unfortunately, our second iteration BSIP was due to be submitted in October last year. We failed to do that. We have a government extension to do so. I think it's currently planned to be put in June, which is only 3 months before the third iteration would be due in October. So not great. The purpose of devolution is to receive powers and funding from government to implement decisions locally. It's not supposed to be a new method of taxing local residents. The CPCA should live within its means. Local taxpayers should not have to pay for failures of the Mayor and the Combined Authority. And this is not just about £12. I expect we're going to hear all sorts of things about how it's only £1 a month, which is only a cup of coffee per week. This is not just about £12 a month. This is on top of what are already very expensive council tax bills in this county. The county council, despite its consultation being wildly 90-something% against the idea, the county council is proposing a 4.99% maximum council tax rise. Many of the districts are proposing the maximum council tax rise. I think Peterborough City Council is proposing a rise. East Cambridgeshire District Council, by the way, will be freezing its share of council tax bills for the 10th year in a row because of our responsible management. This is not £12 a year. This is extra on top of what are already rising council tax bills. And in my authority, we are working every single day to support residents through this cost of living crisis. Don't be flippant by saying this is only £12 a year, it's only £1 a month, it's only a cup of coffee a week. Please don't do that. It will be totally disrespectful to the people who are going to struggle to pay this. And right now, we should be doing every single thing possible, like cancelling £157,000 worth of capital City of Culture bids, which are completely unnecessary and not the remit of this authority in any way. I implore the board not to delay the bus framework decision work until the autumn. Let's bring that forward. Let's make sensible decisions about the bus services that we are supporting. We've got the opportunity to change the ones that aren't working and put better ones in place. Let's get on with this work. Let's not keep kicking the can down the road. And we have laid out an amendment for you here that is absolutely deliverable. Please give it proper consideration. Do not just vote it down on party lines. This is about the hard-pressed taxpayers of our geography. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. I'm now going to open this motion out for debate. I have, as I said, been generous to the mover and seconder of the motion, bearing in mind the importance of them being able to make their points clearly. I will, however, from now on be cutting in much more quickly on any contributions so that we allow everybody to have their chance to have a full say. So thank you to both Councillors Bowden and Bailey for submitting an amendment to us today. I already have 2 people have indicated they wish to speak. I think, Daryl, you were first. Is it Daryl? Sorry. John. Sorry, John was first. Then we have Sarah. Sorry, then we have Councillor Comboy, then we have Councillor Smith. I will take those 3 points first. So, John.
Thank you very much. I've listened very intently to what the two leaders have said, and will obviously listen to what the other leaders and contributors will say. I appreciate it's difficult because the mayor's not here, and he's off for illness, and I don't know if you know the answer, but if he's coming back fairly soon or not. But the relevance to that was that I believe that when he stood for election, he said that he didn't see any reason and would not put a precept on the combined authority. Don't know if you can give me any information on those 2 points, because it does seem, looking at the whole situation of where we are economically and how people are struggling, that the many elements that make up the council taxpayers' bill when they finally get the bill um, are going up, almost maxed out. I know that the police authority will have to be putting up their precept, and I believe the fire authority too. And it's very difficult for those two services, because you can't not attend a fire and you can't really not investigate a murder or whatever. And as I think Anna said, there's quite a few of the councils, some of the districts, there's notable exceptions, which is absolutely great, but quite a few of the districts are putting their council tax up more or less near the maximum, and so is the county. So, I'm a little bit surprised, given all the underspending that we've had, that there is a need for precept, particularly as the mayor said that there wouldn't be.
Thank you, Councillor Conboy.
Thank you, Chair. I'd like to thank you very much, councillors, for the amendment. I am somewhat struggling. I didn't get the email till 4:45 yesterday. We've been thinking about this for 7 months, and regrettably, I didn't finish council meetings in this chamber till very late last night. So I haven't had the opportunity to give this the consideration I would like to have been able to give it. But I'm taking on face value what you've put before us, because we are being asked to make an amendment today. I neither have had the opportunity to have any conversation with my officers and take their considered views and opinions, which we would all normally do, because that's due diligence on behalf of the decision-making process that we make. I just wanted to respond because you'd had an opportunity to prepare your amendment, you've spoken at great length on it, and I think the challenge for us is to make sure that those watching and understanding our debate understand our thoughts behind our response, but there is not a script, because I have not had that opportunity to respond to what you've said in great time. I think one of the real challenges for me is you've drawn attention to the survey. I too read that survey with great interest. I'm always somewhat disappointed in surveys that more people don't come forward that we would desperately like to hear from. When we think of the number of our residents who are in receipt of all of the services we provide through all our constituent authorities and across the combined authority, it's always disappointing not to have every single resident make a comment. But I do notice that the majority of the responses were from Fenland. So Councillor Bowden, perhaps outside of this meeting, you'll tell me what magic you've worked in Fenland, because you had a 60% return rate in Fenland, and I regrettably only had a 12% return rate. So must try harder, and I'd be very pleased to talk to you about how you achieved that. But that also might tell us about that response, which was very clear about, if you ask anybody, would you like to pay extra money for any service? Everybody always says, I'd prefer not to, because actually that's how we are. Like you, I'm particularly minded about the cost of living. Our own council has had a motion around cost of living and climate, because they are inextricably linked, but it is front and centre of much of the decision making we are needing to make every single day of the week. You drew our attention around the needing to make efficiencies. I wholeheartedly agree with that. I believe that's the agenda we've all signed up to. That's the work the combined authority is already undertaking. We have a bus strategy coming forward that will look at addressing those very issues that Councillor Bailey so eloquently put before us. We need to make sure that our services are efficient. But I also looked at where those services were being provided. All of us in those areas where we might cut services will have robust challenge from our own residents as to why we might protect some and not others. At this late notice, I'd like to have given that greater consideration because I would be needing to defend why we made those decisions. We've talked a lot in this council about inequalities. I'm making an assumption here. Some people on those services, which proportionately, arguably cost us more, I'm assuming are making those journeys by bus through choice. Maybe because it's a more environmental solution, maybe they have more time. I do know on some of those routes, people often tell me that actually there is something lovely about being able to enjoy the scenery and just not having to be in a car. But I'm also suspecting that there are some people who are making those journeys by bus because they don't have other choices and because they are the people who benefit from cheaper transport in terms of what it's costing them in a cost of living crisis. I am very minded that that's a practical consideration we also must be thinking about. And I would like to see every bus heaving, absolutely full to the brim. I think we all would. I was taken particularly by Councillor Bailey's comment around making sure it's the right service in the right place that works for the community. I think that's something we can all easily agree on, and I would very much hope that's where the bus strategy is taking us. In my own council, for those of you who watch our council meetings on YouTube, my colleagues, particularly in the northwest of Cambridgeshire, are very, very clear. They are not in receipt of services. They don't have buses. They're just not there. And it would be remiss of me to let the amendment go without saying to you, actually getting services everywhere is a high priority, as well as looking at how we maintain the services we already have. So that I can agree on as a principle. We would like better services. We'd like services everywhere. We'd like people to have choices to use public transport and not the private car. So I'm really going to struggle with the amendment. I'll see what other people have to say, but my difficulty is the lateness of it coming before us, the chance to really consider it in full. And I regret that actually we're in that position. I would much rather have had this earlier. I appreciate there might be a good reason why it's come to us very late, but I will certainly want to listen to my colleagues.
Councillor Smith.
Thank you very much. So forgive me if I repeat some of the points that Councillor Conboy has made. So this arrived in my inbox at 17:41 yesterday. One can only surmise what reason there was for it arriving so late, so that none of us had an opportunity to discuss it with our chief executives. So Councillor Bowden started off by saying that nobody wants a precept. But this precept is about paying for buses. And we know, because we heard actually from Miss Kelly Whitley first thing this morning, that absolutely people want buses. And we heard in rather heartbreaking terms about the consequence of not having those buses, of young people who can't get to school and young people who can't get to their places of work. So we know people want buses. Buses aren't free, and this is a way of providing the money to allow those currently subsidised services to continue. So we ironically have a situation here, and I'm just going to talk about the bus issue. I'm not going to pick up the other issues in this amendment. But we have an extraordinary situation where we have the leaders of Fenland and East Cambridgeshire proposing no cuts to subsidise buses in their own patches, but considerable cuts to buses, mainly in South Cambridgeshire. So if I can just articulate for people watching, just give them, because I don't think they've got the other people watching this online have seen what this amendment is. So proposing the axing the subsidy for the 7A, which is the Trumpington Park and Ride, Hinxton, Whittlesford, Trumpington Park and Ride. The City 5 and 6 Busway A, which is Madingley and Boxworth to Cambridge. The 19, which is the Haverhill, Linton, Borough Green bus. The 31, which is the Cambridge, Stapleford, Foulmere bus. The 18, Newmarket to Fulbourn. The 75, Cambridge, Orwell to Wrestlingworth. I think that's the only bus goes to Wrestlingworth. And the number 8, Cambridge, Dry Drayton, Papworth, Everard. Again, small communities, very, very reliant on their buses. So, I mean, this is an extraordinary. It'd be really nice, actually, if you had the courtesy to listen, Councillor Bailey. It is an extraordinary situation where leaders of other councils propose significant cuts that will impact very seriously on other people's districts. So only 3 months ago, we all of us spoke with one outraged voice about the stagecoach axing of 18 services across the whole county. And I think we all celebrated the fact that the combined authority was able to step in to save those services in the short term. But we knew that it was a temporary sticking plaster. We also knew that actually, if those services were to continue, money had to come from somewhere in order to keep them running. And I recall coming and telling you that I was receiving handwritten letters in spidery handwriting, mainly from elderly ladies, begging me to do something to save particularly the number 18 in particular. And this was elderly people with no car, with no choice. You were going to be completely isolated in very, very small communities. And reading those letters, you could hear the tears behind them. So local authorities and combined authorities have to have heart. And one of my own council's priorities is about being a modern and caring council. This amendment and what it proposes for buses is heartless and uncaring. We cannot put money beyond in front of everything else. We've got to think about what benefits money derives. So we have to think about, who are these buses for? And we've already heard from Miss Whitley about the benefits to her children. I've just told you about the benefits to elderly and isolated people. So I imagine that most of the people travelling on these surfaces, which are on this hit list, are actually people who haven't got a choice. They will be marooned with all the consequences of that. If they have got a choice, if they have got cars, it just drives them into their cars. And at a time when in South Cambridgeshire our carbon emissions are 25% above the national average because of transport, that goes against the grain of everything that I, as a council leader, and the combined authority want to achieve in regarding reduction of carbon emissions. So the bottom line here is that without this precept, on top of these cuts, we will also lose the 18 services which we have already subsidised and kept going, and which we knew were so desperately needed, and some of which benefit, the other leaders in this room. So I will not be supporting this amendment. I think it's quite extraordinary. I don't think we can make assumptions about what people want. I hope somebody else will talk about the fairly skewed results in the consultation. We know that Councillor Bailey doesn't support a precept because she's told us all in the Cambridge Independent. But we've heard from many, many people about how important buses are to them. We have an extremely denuded service. The work of the GCP is very focused not just on increasing the number of services and increasing the amount of time and the miles they drive. It's about increasing ridership so that people like us, who I imagine the majority of us drove here this day, have a choice about leaving our cars at home or even not owning a car and actually getting on a bus. If we start axing services now, that challenge becomes even more difficult to achieve.
Now we have Councillor Nessinger and then Alex.
Thank you. I won't repeat what my colleagues have said about the timing of this amendment and it coming in very late at length, but I will comment on that very briefly. The first thing I want to pick up is one of the things that Councillor Bailey said about the need for the combined authority to live within its means. I think it's important that the public understand that the combined authority settlement from government is a flat cash settlement, and that with inflation running at the level that it is, that means that our spending power, our ability to do things, is reducing. And it's reducing at a rate far faster than I think anybody could have anticipated a year ago. And costs of the things that the combined authority is attempting to do are rising faster than anybody could have anticipated a year ago. So that sense that we should have a budget within which we're going to manage, I think is an unreasonable one. And if we were going to only manage on the money that we've been given, then the combined authority would effectively have to do less and less every year. The second point that I wanted to make was about that Councillor Bowden and Councillor Bailey have been particularly critical of one project, claiming it was a vanity project by the Mayor. I disagree that that was a vanity project by the Mayor. It was brought forward by Cambridge City Council, not as a mayoral project. I'm also mildly astonished to hear them being critical of vanity projects by the Mayor, given the extent of the vanity projects which were funded and the extent of wasted money that went on under the previous Mayor. But mostly I'm going to talk about buses, just as everybody else has talked about buses, because that is what the additional spending that is within this budget is all about. And for me, it is a really critical and really, really important topic for us to be debating. And I think I'm actually very glad that we are having a discussion about it. I share Councillor Bowden's frustration at the slow pace at which we are managing to improve our bus network. And I've had many meetings with our officers trying to speed up the pace at which we can try and improve our bus network. But I do not believe that the best way for us to start to improve our bus network and speed up the pace at which we can deliver a reliable and desirable bus network is to start by cutting services. And that's what's in this amendment. I also think it's really important to point out that that's not there is a substantial cut to a number of bus services which is in this amendment, which, as Councillor Smith has correctly pointed out, are substantially in South Cambridgeshire. But the rationale for those cuts is based on a whole series of figures which we only got yesterday afternoon, and which I certainly feel I need to understand a great deal better. So I am very keen to go away and look at where those numbers have come from and to examine the source of those figures and what they're based on. If they are accurate, then certainly there does need to be some work looking at those services, but that does not mean that it is necessarily right to cut them. The other point is that although a chunk of this amendment is based on removing services from a particular group of people, a much larger portion of this amendment is about funding current bus services from reserves, and that is not long-term provision for our bus services, and it is not the way to go forward to build a better bus service for our area. It is correct that this budget does not allow for major improvements in our bus services. This budget allows for sustaining the current network. But I think it's important to be aware of just how important sustaining the current network is to many of our rural residents. Removing those bus services and for those bus services to disappear at short notice without anything to replace them will leave largish numbers of people with no way to get around, no access to education, no access to employment, and it will increase the rural isolation that many in our villages already suffer. Those who live in villages already, some of them suffer from reduced opportunities to work, reduced opportunities to access healthcare, and that is particularly the case for those who don't have access to a car. So I'm not going to say that £1 a month increase on council tax bills is unimportant. Of course it's important, and I am extremely aware of the financial squeeze facing many, many families across Cambridgeshire. But I am also extremely aware that if we remove vital and relied on bus services from some of those people who are the most hard up and the most vulnerable, we are particularly putting additional pressure on some of those who can least afford to pay. And that, I think, is not the right way forward for us. This is not an amendment that takes us in the right direction in terms of providing better public transport. And it's not an amendment that provides any long-term sustainability. It's just a raid on reserves. And therefore, I will not be supporting it.
Thank you. Now, what I will do, Councillor Bailey, is I will take Alex first as his first point. I have noted that you also wish to speak. And then we have Edna as well. So Alex first, please.
Is that on? In the middle. On now? Yeah, great, thank you. So just to give some observations from a business perspective, and mindful I don't have a vote on the budget itself, but I've been trying to listen carefully to all the points that have been made by members of the board this morning. I suppose my starting observation is that actually at the national level, we have a really acute problem in the UK at the moment in terms of the reliability of our infrastructure across all sorts of infrastructure. And transport is probably one of the most acute of those, and that causes huge problems for businesses, for productivity, for the country's net zero ambitions. And the inflationary situation that we face at the moment is actually even tougher across a lot of those infrastructure activities, because the real rate of inflation faced by those activities outstrips the consumer price index by some margin, which makes things even tougher. And actually, if you look at that from either a private or a public sector organisation viewpoint, you've got really difficult problems to try to manage, and finding ways in which you can keep going and delivering the outcomes that are needed in that environment is difficult. Simultaneously, the climate crisis is the biggest issue facing both this and future generations. And to address it, we're going to have to find significant additional contributions, particularly in transport, somehow. So both in relation to mitigation and adaptation to climate change effects already before us, the country and our area needs to move away from reliance on the private car. It just cannot be the answer. And we have to therefore have better, much better provision in terms of public transport options, active travel options than we do at the moment. Now, locally, we've got an imperfect situation now. It's a bad situation now, as contributions from across the board have said this morning. And if that bad situation gets worse, we see more places becoming cut off entirely from any public transport options. The consequence of that is dire. It's dire economically, environmentally, educationally, socially, and in terms of public health access. And it's especially dire for those in the lowest income brackets and for the younger and older members of communities who don't have a car journey as an available option to them. What's also, I think, evident, and for whatever reason, and I don't want to get into the reasons, is at the moment we're not going to get additional money from government to help this. That's regrettable. We should, and we don't get enough. And there are all sorts of arguments we could make, but I don't think we're going to make headway with those, at least in the short run. So we're going to have to find some sort of pragmatic, locally derived solution for now. And I went back before coming in this morning and just went back to look at the Cambridge and Peterborough Independent Economic Review and its recommendations. I think were accepted by this authority. And it absolutely highlights the importance of improving transport connections, and particularly better connections between the three functional economic geographies of our area. That is essential. Similarly, looking at the Cambridge and Peterborough Independent Climate Change recommendations, also accepted. Here, that point that Councillor Smith made around our emissions being 25% higher per capita in other parts of the country, largely driven by our transport choices, is something we have to address. And then turning to the economic growth strategy that the Business Board has put forward, its primary objective is to reduce inequality between and within the three functional economic geographies, whilst increasing productivity and delivering our goal of doubling GVA by 2040. And in that regard, says one of the real problems is lack of accessibility to key employment centres. If we don't address that, if we don't deliver innovative multimodal transport solutions that reduce emissions, give us more responsive journey times and better bus networks, we can't deliver those things. And it's really hard to see how we do that if we are presiding over a diminution in the quality and quantum of public transport that we currently have. We need a sustainable solution for all of this, and we need to create a platform for better longer-term solutions than I think are before us today. Actually, the things we're talking about today are imperfect, all of them. And I tried to work through the alternative proposals, the amendments set out by Councillors Bailey and Councillor Bowden, and reading it through last night. And my understanding is that amendment would sort of cut the budget differently, use reserves differently, and seek to drive efficiency. All, many merits in the points that are put forward there. But my main concern about the amendment is I think it gives us less future flexibility than the idea that the Mayor has floated around the use of the precept would create. And I appreciate the difficulties of that, and I appreciate that it's generated opposition from residents, as Councillor Bowden and Bailey both reflected upon. And of course, in the end, that's a decision that councillors need to make. It's not from a business viewpoint. But turning to that sustainable economic growth perspective and the climate change perspective, and going back to that economic growth strategy links, it feels to me that they of the two options before us, the preset gives us a bit more flexibility in the longer run. Now, it isn't the long-term solution. And in the end, the only way we're going to get to where I think we all want to be is to get a far greater devolution of powers and funding to our area, commensurate with its economic potential and importance. And that's something that I hope all councillors and all business community members and wider stakeholders can unite behind. But we've got to do something that buys us a bit of time. Thank you, Chair.
No.
Thank you. I've just got a couple of very brief points. I don't want to repeat anything anyone else has said. And I would just want to highlight a couple of things, which is I do think that the lateness of the amendment is a real impediment to proper governance. I do agree actually with Councillor Bowden, who said that it's an appalling failure of governance to not have papers well before a meeting. So I think that really is a serious issue for us today. It's not to say anyone's done anything wrong, because it's obviously within our rules, but I just have to sort of put it out there that a 4-page single-spaced, detailed, well considered, complex budget amendment is just not going to get a proper review in these circumstances. But the key point I would like to make is that in terms of the financial approach, the 3.10 in the paper about the precept does say that it is theoretically possible to use reserves as a one-off, but as it says, it's inherently short-term, and that short-term thinking is what has plagued us at all levels of government. It's in business. It's quite a difficult. Once you're making short-term decisions, you're into a difficult kind of situation. A bit like Alex was saying, it makes it very difficult to work for the long term. It can be quite irresponsible, and I think in this case, it also is quite clear that it would interfere with work to develop franchising, for example, which is critical for us to be able to have more control over what bus provision there is. So I would strongly encourage voting members to bear in mind that financial strategy approach in addressing this.
Thank you, Councillor Fitzgerald.
Sorry, Chair. I thought Councillor Bailey wanted to make a point. Do you want to make a point? Anna, it was okay. Fine. Where do I start? Let me start with Edna's last point. Whether it's a precept or reserve, in my view, it just gives time to allow the mayor, who keeps telling us he's got a plan, stroke this board, to flesh out a more permanent solution for financing buses. It doesn't matter whether it's a precept or whether it's reserves, unless somebody's going to tell me that the prospect of a reserve is an ongoing issue. Because I'm being told it's to support buses. I think Councillor Netzinger made the point. So to me, what happens after that, whether it's the reserve or whether it's Councillor Bowden's suggestion, which, by the way, I think there's a comment about it's about protecting bus services. Well, of course it is. But both solutions do that in terms of the short term. Again, so you put a precept in, it's to support buses, but it moves the burden to the taxpayer, of which Councillor Peach, former Councillor Peach, Deputy Police and Crime Commissioner, made the point. The Mayor said there'd be no precept. And I understand times change. And Councillor Bowden's suggestion uses the means within our grasp to either delay things, not cancel them, postpone certain items, make a one-off use of reserves, which I've done in Peterborough a number of times, because at the end of the day, we all want to protect services. But going to Councillor Smith's comments about, and I have no insight into these routes whatsoever, None of them are familiar to me. So there are no particular political undertones for me, certainly. And as for seeing sight of the paper, I can benefit by 24 hours because Councillor Bowden shared with me a draft, which John Alsop had to confirm the figures, I understand. So when people refer to the figures, Councillor Conboy, and what they are, they've been verified by officers. And I think two of them verified that, in that the numbers are correct. So when we talk about buses and the 7A at the top of the list, £256.43 per returned journey. And the one that Councillor Smith pointed out, the 18, Newmarket to Fulbourn, there are 6 average weekly return trips on that bus at a cost of £76.77. It would be cheaper to get everybody a taxi. I'm just saying, because I did the same thing in Peterborough when the Liberal Democrats there suggested a route of a bus with nobody on it at a cost of about 90 quid a journey. It's just not sustainable. And I say these things because I bring us, ladies and gentlemen, to the letter from DLUC received yesterday about best value. And it seems there is a continuation by some members on the board that doesn't seem to understand what best value is, or concerns raised within the authority in respect of procurement of services to the authority. And I say these things, ladies and gentlemen, because this is for DLUC, and they will be watching this meeting, and Lee Rowley, the minister, may be watching as well, because this authority needs to demonstrate clearly that we are taking these things seriously and building consensus among members, and I don't see any sign of that still. And by the way, for the record, I'm all for improving the board. That's why I agreed to go on the improvement panel, which met last week. So I want to see it succeed. But to receive a letter like this now, and by the way, it's kind of delayed, but people who haven't seen that letter need to make themselves aware of it and read the detail. The failure to attract any government funding, particularly with BSIP, out of all the authorities, which Councillor Bowden has, and by the way, I thank Councillor Bowden for doing this extremely important piece of work because it brings to the fore alternatives. We were the only combined authority not to receive any funding. Remarkable. Lacking ambition. And I've spoken about it before, that comes from leadership. And it's just a shame that we haven't got to grips with getting our house in order 2 years on into this administration. I'd like to see more community-based demand services for these rural locations, not paying £256 per passenger journey for 7 passengers in a week. It is ridiculous. Let's think out the box, as a colleague of mine says in Peterborough. Why aren't we getting local transport companies or taxi firms or somebody that can do these journeys at a cost that's not that? It would simply be easier to ask everybody to put their hand up who needs a lift and pay for a taxi. So look, I think it's a doable thing in terms of if you're telling me you don't want to cut those services and you want to keep paying that money, that's what I heard Councillor Smith say, that you want to keep paying that funding, whatever the cost is, because it affects people. Yeah, I understand and I sympathise, but you've got 7 people, 2 people, 11 people, 4 people, 20 people. It goes from 256 quid down to £55.60 a journey on the ones that Councillor Bowden has highlighted, not because they're in South Cambridgeshire, because they're most costly. That's the fact of the matter. I can't change those facts. If he would have put one on there for Peterborough, as I've said, I would have gone, yeah, that's a lot of money, Chris. I agree with you. We shouldn't be paying that kind of money. It's just ridiculous. How can you justify best value and procurement to the local authority, to the combined authority of services? It just does not make sense at all. So I think we should support the amendment. And by the way, 4 pages, folks, is not a lot to take in, and I agree entirely. It's late. I think officers, and I don't want to dwell on the point, but this had to be okayed by the finance team before it got circulated. I think I saw it Monday. Don't even get me started on the rest of the papers, e.g., 1,200 and odd pages, or indeed the employment committee that preceded this, that nobody had seen any of the papers until, in some cases, until this morning. So this really is a really quite simple paper to understand, and you could read it while you were sat here. To conclude, Chair, it's an alternative to taxing the public by using our own wherewithal and means of financing. But if others want to support further taxation on the public of Cambridgeshire, then you will do so in your vote. But I don't think I can support that when there's a credible alternative on the table today. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Now, Councillor Bailey, I think that's a point of information, isn't it, that you wanted to raise there?
Yes, thank you. Just a couple of clarifications. So I just wanted to be clear that obviously we received the budget papers or the board papers at the same time as everybody else. The budget had changes made by officers from the last time that board members had been privy to that information, so we had to absorb that. We were able to meet with officers on Thursday, and we were asked to submit our amendment on Monday, which we did all of that. So, and actually the amendment really is very simple. It's the last 7 lines with some very simple, easy to understand changes to the revenue budget. It is not complicated. I did also want to correct something that Councillor Smith said. She said, without the precept, we will lose the 18 stagecoach services. That is not correct. Our amendment, I made that perfectly clear in what I said. Our amendment does away with the precept, but retains the stagecoach services because we do not have the data about passenger numbers on those services, and therefore it's not possible to make any considered informed decisions about those. I wanted to make that absolutely clear. Doing away with the precept does not mean losing the stagecoach services. And I would just leave members with the following question. £256 per return journey, is that too much? £149, is that too much? 117, 111. Honestly, we need to look at this. We need to take it seriously.
I'm very mindful of time. Councillor Smith, is it a brief point?
I've got two points I want to make, but I will make them succinctly if I may. So, on failure to attract government funding. So, the ultimate in vanity projects, the Cam Metro, failed to attract any government funding towards it and cost this authority eye-watering sums of money. So, what's proposed here is short-termist, and short-term solutions do nothing to deliver on long-term goals. And we've already heard from Alex Plant about how important it is that we focus on delivering on the recommendations of the SPEAR report, of the Economic Growth Strategy, and on the Independent Climate Commission. And if we start forcing people into cars, forcing people out of buses, then actually we start to seriously impact on our ability to deliver on those very important recommendations, all of which we have adopted, all of which we have voted for. So, our efforts need to go to increasing ridership on buses, and we need to follow the example of the Greater Cambridge Partnership doing that. And their aim is to significantly increase ridership by freeing up the road spaces, getting rid of all those wretched cars that are clogging them up at the moment, improving services dramatically so that suddenly they are of use to people going to school, going to college, going to work, going to health appointments and so on, and by reducing fares. So our efforts to increase riderships on buses will help us to deliver on the recommendations we've adopted from the SPEAR, the Economic Growth Strategy, and the Climate Change Commission. And on the last point, without a precept, we will not have money to save those 18 services which we subsidised before.
Wait. Through the chair, please. Now, I have a proposal to make. I think we've had some really, really excellent debate. I think we've had a lot of very strong points made. I am mindful that we have yet to debate the actual budget, that we are still looking at the amendment as we stand. So my proposal is this. I have a couple of technical questions I would like as chair to ask our Section 73 officer. Councillor Bowden, you do have the right of reply, so I will give you that right of reply if we can keep that short. I will then suggest we move to the vote on the amendment, and then we will move to the debate on the budget, at which point I will be saying, please do not take this as an opportunity to repeat the same points we have made in the amendment debate, because those points, some of those will still stand. So, John, is it a very, very brief point?
Just 30 seconds. Could you please just answer the 2 points I made in my speech about when is the mayor coming back, and did he not promise he wouldn't introduce a precept?
John, I'm not able to answer the first question, I'm afraid. Gordon may be able to give clarification on the second question. Gordon may be able to give clarification on the first.
To some extent. So certainly the mayor has periodically been in touch to describe his. It's certainly on. Yeah. The mayor has certainly been in touch periodically to describe his convalescence. The last two messages have been very positive. He thinks his view, and he's been to have up-to-date consultations at the hospital. His view is that his convalescence is going well, but that's not the same as there being a precise date when he might return. What we said 2 or 3 months ago was we all estimated, using medical advice, that a midpoint estimate would be about 3 months from the operation. That would be late. If that is what happens, then that's late February. Yeah.
And yes, we will note all of our best wishes. And Nick, if you're watching, we're going to send our best wishes to you as a group as well. John, I have a couple of technical questions. Please note these are technical. If this is misspoken, I am not seeking to ask for your political opinion on this, clearly. So one question which I should just have checked with you at the beginning is, as Section 73 officer, could you confirm that this is a lawful amendment? And also, more broadly, could you confirm on a technical grounds what the impact of the amendment might be on the MTFS? Because I think that would be helpful for us to consider as we wind up this debate. Thank you, John.
Yes, thank you, Chair. So we did have the opportunity to have a look at the draft amendments and to feedback on some and ask some questions. I won't go into the detail of that, but obviously there are. If we assume that some of the savings or the savings that have been outlined are achievable, and obviously there are questions about that. And obviously there are implications about service delivery in terms of some of the activities that we have in terms of the housing activities. But in terms of lawfulness, yes, I don't see why it shouldn't be. The impact effectively is to increase the drawdown on reserves by just over £2 million, 2.24 million pounds. That would have that's assuming all of the efficiency savings are achievable, and that would have the impact that that would reduce the level of the revenue review reserves to below the minimum balance that we have set ourselves by the end of the medium-term financial plan. So it would be affordable in the first financial year, and again, that's assuming that the pressure is just for one financial year. Thank you.
Thank you. And I do ask that all comments can please be tabled through the chair so that we can all focus on the debate in hand. Thank you, John, for that clarification. Chris, be brief, but you do have the right of reply.
Thank you very much, Chair. First of all, may I agree with you that I think this has been a very productive and well-conducted debate. We have differences of opinion, and those differences of opinion have come out through the debate, and that is exactly what is meant to happen. I'd like to thank Councillor Conboy for her contribution. Uh, you're quite correct, Councillor Conboy. We would always like to have more responses to the consultation surveys that we have. But it has to be said, this is the largest consultation response that we've ever had to a budget here in the Combined Authority. Still not enough. And I'll tell you afterwards my secret about how I can manage to make sure that more people in Finland are engaged. But the reason that we don't get a particularly high there are two reasons why we don't get a particularly high response rate to these consultations. The first one is that we don't publicize them particularly well. And the second reason is that people don't believe that anything they say is actually going to be listened to. And we'll see today if what the people say is actually listened to or not, if people are correct to be so cynical about the worth of responding to consultations. And yes, I agree with Councillor Comboy as well about wanting efficiencies. We all said we want efficiencies, but what a shame that we haven't got that clearly laid out in the main budget that we've got in front of us. The amendment is meant to show ways of getting further efficiencies into the budget for next year. And we all agreed that we should have better bus services and services everywhere. That's clearly unaffordable in total. But there are ways of moving forwards, which we've talked about, demand responsive transport, for example. And we're not here talking about killing off all the bus services. What we're saying is the large amount of money that we are going to spend next year, whether this amendment is passed or not, on bus services can be spent better than we're spending it now. And we're not taking the action to make sure that we review the bus services, the bus contracts, contract by contract, to get best value for money. And that phrase, best value for money, and value for money and best value, those phrases are ones which were sorely lacking from some members of this authority when they spoke. And given the letter we got from government, from DLUC yesterday, we absolutely have to concentrate on value for money and best value. And I'm sorry to say I disagree with Councillor Smith. She's perfectly logical in saying that, that every bus service must be protected, but there must be a limit as to cost. It must be a point at which you say, sorry, it's not worth carrying on having a bus service if no one at all ever uses it. There has to be a limit. And that limit is dependent upon the finances we've got available to us. Now, I'm grateful for Councillor Smith as well, Councillor Bridget Smith, acknowledging the fact that the richest district in the CPCA area gets almost all of the largest subsidies per passenger journey. I'm grateful for her acknowledging that fact, and I don't believe that we can honestly say that's a right position, that's a moral position to have, that the richest area gets the most subsidies as far as the cost per passenger journey. And as far as the number 18 bus is concerned, unfortunately, Councillor Fitzgerald stole my line about cheaper to get taxis than to continue to make subsidies of that nature. So I think the debate has been very thorough, and we're giving the opportunity here for members to listen to the public, to listen to what government is telling them, and to move towards a more efficient budget for next year, a cheaper budget for next year, getting rid of the most outrageously uneconomical subsidies that are being provided, and to abandon the idea of levying a mayoral precept in a year when there are so many other pressures on people's wallets and bank accounts. Thank you very much indeed, Chair.
Thank you. And I would say I've had to give a bit of a teacher look to both sides of the room for talking not through the chair. So please can we keep the debate through the chair so that everyone who's listening is able to hear. Before we move on to the vote on the amendment, I have had a request for a comfort break. My preference, and I just wanted to clarify what your request for, would be to have that after we have discussed 2.1 and 2.2, and then we will pause for a comfort break at that point and we power through the rest of the budget debate now. I think that would be helpful if everyone is in agreement. Thank you. Councillor Bowden.
Chair, may I just request a recorded vote on the budget amendment, please?
Have a recorded vote requested? What do we do in this situation? My understanding is that all votes on the budget, including votes on the amendment, are recorded. So there will be recorded votes on all of these. So Councillor Bowden has moved and Councillor Bailey has seconded the amendment. I will now proceed to the vote on the amendment. Can I see all those in favour of the amendment, please? That's 3. Can I see all those against the amendment, please? That's 4. So the amendment falls. Thank you for submitting that amendment. That means that item 2.2 remains as the substantive. We are now going to proceed to a debate on item 2.1 and 2.2. I'm going to repeat my point at this moment. Please only make points that have not been raised already. With that in mind, do I have any questions or comments on items 2.1 or 2.2? Councillor Bowden.
Thank you. Just a short comment, because, as you say, a lot of what we were talking about in terms of the budget as a whole has been covered in the debate on the amendments. I would emphasise, however, Chair, the vital importance that we are seen by everyone, by our residents and by government, in providing best value and having value for money. And I fear that that is something which we still are failing to demonstrate. And by failing to demonstrate that, we will fail to achieve what the chair of the business board was saying. We need to get, for our area, more money from central government. We won't get more money for our area from central government unless we as an authority get our act together, prioritise our spending through the democratic process, make sure that we get value for money, and improve our governance. And until we do that, the government has made it quite clear we're going to have reduced funding. And if we have reduced funding, we are all, every single one of our local authorities around this table, and this combined authority, we're all going to suffer. So the solution is partly in our hands. And if I may, Chair, I cut short my speech earlier. I think it might be helpful as part of the budget debate just to mention 2 or 3 responses which were received from members of the public to the consultation, which hasn't, I believe, been publicised yet or made public. If it has, it's only been in the last 24 hours. The question was asked, if you preferred reducing services, please tell us which service you would like to reduce. And one very good answer to that was, be more efficient. That's what private companies and individuals such as the self-employed have to do. Common sense. Other comments from people. Households can't afford any more taxes. You've completely missed the current situation in this country, but still try to take money from hard-up people by increasing council tax. There was one which just said you're a total waste of time and money, which I hope wasn't directed towards me. And then there was one saying, you're asking pointless questions. There isn't the budget or manpower to do everything, so the question should be about what to prioritise. And that's what we are failing to do. We're failing to prioritise. We have limited resources. And until we do start prioritising, until we do start getting our act together, and we are almost halfway through this mayoral term now, and we still haven't got our priorities set. Until we do that, we'll continue to fail to do what we're meant to do as a local authority, as a combined authority, and we'll fail to do the best for our residents. Now, the fact that this budget, as it currently stands, the substantive motion that we're debating, still includes the precept when it doesn't need to, means that I will be voting against this budget, Chair.
And Councillor Bowden, as a point of clarification, you will get a vote separately on the mayoral budget and the CPCA budget, and it's the mayoral budget that includes the precept. So just to make sure that everyone is clear in the room there. So, Councillor Conboy.
Thank you very much, Chair. Councillor Bowden, we're in danger of agreeing on rather a lot of things. That sets a precedent. But we also signed up to being part of the Improvement Board. All of us committed that. We gave up a lot of time last week, as did the members of the Improvement Board who are here to support us. That letter which has landed is not a surprise to us because we have already committed to that. Like you, best value is really important to every single one of our residents. So I'm very much looking forward to going on the journey and the commitment over the next 12 months through that improvement process to try and address the issues and the concerns. And I hope that by the time that we're here next year and we are looking forward for new budgets, that we are not looking at amendments at the last minute, so that actually we can work together on what we all think is the best solution for everybody. But I say I'm in danger of agreeing with you, so perhaps I should stop there.
Thank you. I'll be brief, but I think there are some things that I really do want to say. And the first of those is that I do want to thank the officers of the Combined Authority for a huge amount of work that has gone into preparing this budget under really quite difficult circumstances at this authority. And I particularly want to thank John for that, but also Gordon and Fliss and a lot of the rest of the team who have put a lot of time and effort into bringing this budget forward. Councillor Bowden has suggested that we should be, well, actually, I think it was a member of the public who has suggested we should be more efficient. I think we can all sign up to that. And I think we will certainly be wanting to make sure that the Combined Authority broadly we've got a lot of work to do with the Improvement Board, and I think all members of this board are committed to working well with them. I am sure, absolutely sure, that one of the things that we will be doing with them and during the coming year is making sure that we do deliver best value for money. We have an obligation to do that, and we will do that with them. There's no question about that. I also recognise that the precept is a new burden on Cambridgeshire residents. I am very grateful to our officers again for all the work that has gone into making sure that that precept is as low as it is. But I do also think that there are many across Cambridgeshire and Peterborough who recognise that we need to change the way our public transport system works. This is a very small step in that direction, but it's an important one, and I think it's an important step forward in a vision towards an area where public transport can be more reliable and more climate friendly, and most important of all, where those who live in our rural areas do not face a constant ratchet of increasing disadvantage, in that they are disadvantaged in being able to get to education, they're disadvantaged in what work they can apply for. We have to change that, and this is a very small step in that direction, but I think it's an important one, and it's one I'm very happy to be supporting. Thank you. Oh, actually, there was one person I didn't thank who is particularly important. I really want to say thank you to Anna for the work that she's done, a huge amount of work that she's done in the past couple of months in working with officers of the Combined Authority to make this budget process probably one of the most coherent that this Combined Authority has ever done. So thank you, Anna. And I know it's your birthday. What a way to spend it. Thank you.
Thank you to the board for that. Are there any more comments or questions? And I would remind members that we are looking at both 2.1 and 2.2 here. So if there are any comments or questions on 2.2, have Councillor Fitzgerald.
Thank you very much. I've got a couple of comments. I'm not going to spend long on this. I think we know the travel of direction in terms of this. But again, I'd just like to reiterate the point about bus services, and particularly for Peterborough. And I know Councillor Netzinger will be the same because we are the payers of the levy. And the levy is actually going up by 2%. So it does actually mean a big chunk of money for Peterborough. A further, well, nearly 71,000. So our bus levy will be 3,615,714. 714, sorry. So I know my team in Peterborough are keeping a close eye on what value we get from that money, because buses are very important to the residents, not just in Cambridgeshire, but I can talk about Peterborough particularly. So there is a keen eye always kept on them. So I'm keen to support public transport and improve cycling, walking, and infrastructure surrounding that. Which, you know, the latest evidence was, and I will say thanks at this point, just for the record, to all the teams involved in our successful levelling up bid, which is all the officers at the Combined Authority and indeed this very board, as well as the team in Peterborough that made that bid so successful. And I understand that the department thought the bid itself was one of the best they've seen, just for the record. And I'm pleased that that's come to fruition. So it shows the commitment in Peterborough to improving, or shall we say, using cars less, and trying to make that reduction. And but it is challenging. I think that conversely, and I accept all the work that's gone in by officers on the budget, but frankly, for me, it's not enough. And that's not criticism in the sense of I don't think people are putting the effort or the time in, but the effort with us is not made in terms of understanding the budget at a granular level. Because in my authority, I understand the budget. And the budget, particularly at the moment, we have a financial sustainable working group, which is cross party. And you reach consensus through the process, which isn't 4 weeks or a month. This has been going on a whole year. And we started it probably in the autumn of the previous year. But this year, there's been a step change. And all the members in the local authority are given every opportunity to scrutinise every detail and ask any question that they like. I don't think we spend enough time as a board, collectively, to understand the granular detail to build consensus. Okay? It's no point in giving me a paper a week before or 2 weeks before or a leader strategy meeting for an hour. It's not good enough. So I'm saying if you want to build consensus around a budget, it's an ongoing process and it will take a year. So I'm flagging that now on the basis that if you want more support and we will agree, we'll disagree politically. We have disagreed politically because of perhaps ideological thinking, but also I don't think those amendments come from that perspective. So I'm probably not going to vote either way on this budget because I think the budget still contains the precept in overall terms. I know they're two separate papers, but the budget is the budget, and that's what it contains. So I'm not going to vote to place more burden on Cambridgeshire taxpayers, unlike the Liberal Democrats and Labour today, who are members of this authority. I've got enough problems in Peterborough because I have social care and I have all the other things that Councillor Bailey doesn't have. And it's great that she can take that local tax position, but I can't in Peterborough, being the seventh lowest unitary and 121 quid shy of the medium average council tax. It's very difficult for me. So I don't want to increase things even further. But I come back to the point. I'm part of trying to make this combined authority better. So I'm not going to hinder progress in terms of for any churlish reasons for doing so. Thanks, Councillor Smith.
Councillor Smith.
Thank you. So I'm struggling to find which page this is on, but there's 240,000 allocated over 2 years for non-statutory spatial framework. So can I just suggest that there might be some small economies to be made there by working really closely with all partner councils and with the GCP? And I would certainly hope that this won't end up being a spatial framework. It'll end up being a strategic transport framework, which I think is probably something that will benefit us all.
Thank you. Councillor Bailey.
I wasn't going to speak further, but because Councillor Smith just raised that, I mean, this is an absolute working example of what Councillor Fitzgerald was just saying about needing more work on the budget earlier on and proper granularity. I could recall a around 5-minute conversation at a leaders strategy meeting about the idea of developing a spatial strategy, which, well, I won't say it went down like a cup of cold sick, but it wasn't much better. And yet here we are with a budget today, apparently with £240,000 being spent on it, whilst we're taking money from taxpayers. And yet it was not properly supported. We agreed to consider and look at it, but really, it was not supported. And by the sounds of it, we could have done without it.
Slightly dubious to keep taking additional points, but very briefly, very briefly.
I just want to say something positive. So I rather think it was in the original deal. So I think the important thing is that we work together if we, if we need this work stream to make sure that actually it's something that's valuable to all of us. And if it's concentrating on infrastructure, on water and energy and transport links, actually, then I think it could be something that's positive and which that supports supports the spear and so on. I think it's incumbent on us to make sure that it's something that we want and not something that we don't want, because I do remember some painful discussions about it some years ago.
Are there any more comments and questions before I return to John to give us any final points that we need to be aware of?
Nothing further from me, thank you.
Our monitoring officer would just like to make a brief comment, Edwina.
Thank you, Chair. Just to bring to the attention of the board that the voting mechanism for the transport levy is 2/3 to include Peterborough City Council and Cambridgeshire County Council. And the Transport Levy Bodies Regulations 2018 says if there isn't an agreement, then it goes back to, well, the level of the levy goes back to the 2018 rates. So I just wanted to bring that to the attention of the board.
Councillor Bowden.
It is a point of order, Chair. I'm very grateful, first of all, that you did combine the two agenda items 2.1 and 2.2. I think it would have been very difficult for us to conduct this debate if you hadn't done so. So thank you for using your discretion doing that. And I appreciate that we will now be going through vote by vote, both on agenda item 2.1 and on agenda item 2.2, which I'm sure you and the monitoring officer will take us through very slowly and carefully to make sure we get everything right. But in agenda item 2.1, whilst the approval of the Mayor's budget, which is recommendation B, we are told is a recorded vote, the same isn't said for recommendation A, which is the consideration of the proposal to implement a mayoral general precept. May I request that that also be a recorded vote, please? Thank you.
To confirm, I think the plan is that each vote will be a recorded vote. And I can see that Edwina has a list here that she's recording everyone's vote. We will read out the names at the end. If there's any difference between them, we'll read them out as we go along. But we are making sure this is a recorded vote. And I will be going through each item separately. So we will now move to the vote. We will vote first on item 2.1, the Mayor's draft budget and mayoral precept 23 to 24. I'm just going to say this again for the record. The Constitution does require that all votes are recorded, so the monitoring officer will now ask each voting member of the board in turn for their vote and confirm the outcome of the vote. Hang on, let me finish, and then I will take any more points of order as we go through. The Mayor's budget will be approved unless there is a 2/3 majority vote against it by members of the board representing the constituent authorities. The 2/3 must be present and voting.
Thank you, Chair. My apologies. But in agenda item 2.1, we have two recommendations. It's not merely the approval of the budget, but before that, recommendation A, the consideration of the proposal to implement a mayoral general precept. Are we going to vote in accordance with the recommendations which have been put in front of us?
I will absolutely be taking each recommendation, Councillor Bowden, so don't worry. As you say, I will be very thorough in ensuring that each vote is taken in the appropriate way. So first we go to recommendation A. So, sorry, first of all, did we have a mover and a second at the beginning? I can't remember. We did. So I have moved and we have had a second to that budget already. Are you sure? No, we didn't. No, I don't think we did either. So we're going to do that now. Thanks. So I will move item 2.2 from the chair. Is 2.1 from the chair. Is there a seconder to that? Thank you, Councillor Nessinger. So I am moving both items A and B together, if that is appropriate. So first of all, recommendation A. Consider the proposal to implement a mayoral general precept of £12 in Ban D. Can I have votes in favour of that recommendation, please? Sorry, Edwina?
Apologies, Chair. I will just call names and then you can say whether you vote for or against. Councillor Bailey. Councillor Bowden.
Against.
Yeah.
Against.
For.
Against.
For.
For, but to clarify, I'm voting as not Deputy Mayor, but
Yeah.
member of Cambridge City Council, aren't I?
That's scary because
Councillor Bowden.
Very sorry to raise another point, but I'm very pleased that we've gone through this and we've been calling out the names and recording the vote. We didn't actually do that for the amendment. Can I just get confirmation that the names of those who voted in favour and against the amendment will be recorded in the minutes?
yes, I've already done that.
Thank you, Annette. I have sight of that from here and I can confirm that is recorded. So I'm now moving on to recommendation B. Approve the Mayor's draft budget for 23 to 24, incorporating the mayoral general precept. Edwina.
Against.
Against.
For.
Against that.
For.
Councillor Anna Smith.
For.
That is carried. Less than 2/3 vote against.
So we will now move on to item 2.2. This is the 23-24 budget and medium-term financial plan 23 to 27. I will move item 2.2. Do I have a seconder? Councillor Nessinger is the seconder. So I will just read through what happens here, and then we will move to the vote, which will again be a recorded vote. We will vote first on recommendation A, which relates to the amount and apportionment of the transport levy for the 23-24 period. To be carried, this requires a vote in favour by at least 2/3 of all members or their substitutes appointed by the constituent councils who are present and voting, to include the members representing Cambridgeshire County Council and Peterborough City Council. The monitoring officer will confirm the outcome of the vote. Edwina.
For.
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 Peterborough's happy to support more investment in buses. So 4.
For.
For. Thank you. That is carried. We will now vote on recommendations B and C. We will vote separately. Recommendation B is to approve the revenue budget for 23-24 and the medium-term financial plan 23-24 to 26-27. Recommendation B requires a simple majority in favour. This is again a recorded vote. Edwina.
Against.
Against.
For.
I'm abstaining. Thank you.
For.
For. That is carried. Okay. Moving on to recommendation C, which, is that right? Have we done C? Yes. So we're on to recommendation D, are we already? We are on to C, yep. Recommendation C is to approve the capital programme 23-24 to 26-27. Recommendation C also requires a simple majority in favour. This is also a recorded vote, so Edwina.
Against.
Against.
For.
I'm abstaining again.
For.
Hannah Smith.
For. Thank you. And this is now moving on to the final recommendation. Recommendation D asks the board to note the Section 73 officers' statutory Section 25 statement, which we have done, and no vote is required. Before we move to a break, I have a few words I wish to say. I will keep it brief. Firstly, I want to thank everyone on the board for their respectful and considered debate. It's been a really helpful debate to air the issues in this way. The decisions the board have taken today have, I know, not been taken lightly, and I want to thank everyone for their thoughtful contributions and the comments to this evidence-based debate. The decisions taken are a testament to the board's commitment to the Mayor's vision to improve public transport for all those in our region, and not just in our cities and major towns, but our rural areas too. Today shows that as a combined authority, we are able to make the decisions we need to serve all our region. The board has demonstrated the capacity, capability, and ability to deliver for our residents that everyone expects of an authority like ours. I also note some comments that have been made, comments particularly around the timings of the papers, and maybe something we can pick up on future reviews of the Constitution, how we might be able to build some of those notes on timings into that review. And we will note, of course, the request for more discussions. We also note the deficiencies are in the report, but I've heard people across the room say today that we would like to see officers coming back to future board to update us on the efficiency plans that are flagged in that report. And finally, I wish to put on record my thanks to not only everybody in the board, but to all the officers who have worked so hard on this, particularly those that have been taking a lot of late night phone calls to clarify procedures and information. Very grateful to everything they have been doing. And with that, I suggest we could hang on. I'm going to suggest in just a moment we call a 10-minute comfort break. Councillor Bowden, very quickly.
Very quickly, Chair. Mayor, first of all, thank you for the latitude you showed both to me and to Councillor Bailey in allowing the full debate which took place on the amendment, and may I also congratulate you on the way in which you conducted the whole of this debate, because I think that that leadership really did show through, and it allowed us to express all of our opinions, to express all of our differences, but in a polite and in a constructive way. So thank you, Chair, for that.
Thank you, Councillor Bowden. That's much appreciated. And with that, will 10 minutes be enough? 10-minute comfort break. Thank you. Back here at 12:25. confirm, are we live? Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. We are now live and we will proceed with the agenda. We are on item 2.3. Item 2.3 is the Budget Monitor Report for January 2023. John Alsop, the Chief Finance Officer, remains with us to introduce this item. John, can you introduce the item, please?
Okay. Sorry, thank you, Chair. So this paper provides a forecast outturn position against revenue and capital budgets based on actual expenditure for the 8-month period to the end of November 2022. The revenue forecast, summarised in the table under paragraph 3.1, shows an underspend for the year of approximately £9.3 million against a budget of 76 million. The big movement from the report provided in November relates to the forecast underspends in waves 2 and 3 of the Skills Boot Camps programme. There are a number of reasons for that, which are described in the paper. Only 2 out of 7 of the consortium training providers were approved by DfE, limited time available for mobilisation and delivery, and the withdrawal of a local college from the contract. And in wave 3, the forecast underspend is due to slow uptake from providers, despite measures being taken to increase engagement. These underspends will not result in any benefits to the general reserve position of the combined authority, and there's greater detail of those variances shown in Appendix 4. The capital programme, as summarised under paragraph 4.1, continues to show lower than expected expenditure compared to the forecast outturn position and to budget. Some of this apparent underspend is due to, first of all, profiling issues. So there are projects that were not due to start until the latter stages of the year, suggesting that there will be an increased cost incurred over the next few months towards the end of the financial year. Some delays in partner invoicing and inconsistency in commitment to counting. But combined authority officers are working closely with delivery partners to ensure that accurate outturn forecasts are being provided and that any potential service delivery slippage risk is highlighted and addressed as a matter of urgency. I'd be happy to take any questions. Thank you.
Are there any questions or comments on this report? Okay, we are only asked to note this report, which we have done. No vote is required. So I propose to move immediately on to item 2.4, which concerns the Cambridgeshire and Peterborough Combined Authority Corporate Strategy and Business Plan 2023 to 25. Gordon Mitchell, our Interim Chief Executive, will introduce this report. Gordon.
And Fliss is going to join us just where John is. So let me say a few words to start off with and then introduce Fliss, who's actually led most of the work. This was one of the priority pieces of work we identified in the improvement plan at the end of October. One of the building blocks of setting a normal planned year in which we can have an overall plan, service plans, individual objectives. So that this is preparing for that from April. We haven't had that. I've not found that sort of arrangement, but from April we will have put all of that framework in place, and this is the starting point from that. As there's been a lot of discussion about this, and everyone in this room has been involved. I mean, many people have been involved in multiple discussions about these drafts, as have the local authority chief executives on a number of occasions, as well as staff groups, broader staff groups as well. It's not a blue sky strategy. It's very much taking the legacy of what the combined authority has agreed over the recent past year or two, and looking to make just rationalize that a bit and a bit more sense of focus for the next few years. So it's for that purpose, and I think when you appoint your permanent staff pretty shortly, one of the things that I think they need to be planning with you is the beginning of a broader long-term exercise to clarify some of the objectives over the next 5, 10, maybe even longer period of time. This isn't that. This is to make sense of what we're trying to do. And can I now just hand over to Fliss, who's led both the working group and a lot of the practical discussions.
Thank you. So as Gordon's already highlighted, I think we would class this strategy as a transitional strategy, therefore recognising that we've had to take this forward at quite some pace. And so the intention is that once this is approved, we will then also, as detailed in the paper, start building what the state of the region report would look like. And the intention is that that would be a piece of work which has similar stance and credibility and scale as what the SPEAR did. And so therefore the intention very much is to use that piece of work to then build that longer term strategy that Gordon alluded to. So the intention of this strategy is to make sure that we have a clear focus up to 2025, building on the work of the improvement plan and also allowing for the focus on those shorter term delivery objectives. So the strategy gives a new vision, and there are also 4 priority areas within the strategy of which to focus our delivery efforts. You'll notice within the strategy, there's also a strategic framework which provides that robust mechanism to ensure that we assess everything we take forward and look at the impact that it has, and that's also based on the 6 keys. And I think the final point to say is as well that upon approval of the strategy, we will then put in significant work into the delivery and implementation plans, working in partnership to ensure that we meet on all of the intended outcomes as outlined in the document. Thank you.
So before we open out to debate, I'm moving the recommendations from the chair. Do I have a seconder? Councillor Nessinger. I will now open the report to debate. Councillor Bowden. Councillor Smith.
Thank you very much indeed, Chair. I don't agree with everything which is within this report. I'm also particularly concerned about the relatively low level of prioritisation which is incorporated within this report. Having said that, the direction of travel is clearly the right direction of travel to take in terms of trying to bring the authority into some sort of order. And it's because of that, not because I agree with all the content, but because the direction of travel is clearly correct, that I'll be voting in favour of this. And I'd like my vote to be taken in that way. Thank you very much indeed, Chair.
Thank you very much. So I brought this up when we discussed this in a leaders strategy meeting, that I think, if this is going to be truly meaningful to people and also give people the means to sort of hold us to account for our performance, we have to start to quantify the outcome. So, it isn't enough, as I said last time, just to say we'll produce miles more cycle track. We need to be saying how many miles, or better still, kilometres, how many more jobs, how many more affordable homes. So, I hope that accepting this is interim, but I hope as part of that maturing of this, that actually we start to populate it with tangible targets that are ambitious and aspirational, and perhaps we won't achieve, but at least it will motivate us, to do exemplary work and actually move things forward. But also allows people to say to us, "Well, you said you do this, and you haven't done it." Okay.
We have Councillor Bailey and then Councillor Nessinger.
Thank you. Yeah, thanks for this. I personally particularly welcome the separation between the CPCA board and its agreed outcomes and business plan, with a separation from the mayor's proposals. And I think that gives this plan longevity and can mean that it can withstand, any changes in the directly elected position of the authority. So I think that's a really good way to go, and I think it helps us, reach some level of consensus. And like Councillor Bowden, don't necessarily agree with every single word, but I do agree with the broad thrust of this document, and the outcomes that we're going for. I think what we do, it is pretty high level. So it's been relatively straightforward, but a lot of work to get to this point. What we now need is the how. And we need a funding strategy behind this. How do we pay for all of these outcomes? And what is the actual work that's going to take place to deliver these outcomes? And that, level of detail is not yet there, but that's the next piece of work, and that will help inform, the prioritization process that we've got to go through. I fear that we're, rapidly running out of time in this particular administration, but that is why I particularly welcome the way that this document is presented in terms of separating it from the mayoral position and the board. So thank you.
Councillor Nessinger, then Councillor Fitzgerald.
Thank you. So I am going to start by saying thank you to Gordon and Fliss for bringing this forward. It is a really substantial step forward in terms of a clear plan for the authority. As has been reflected by other speakers, there's a lot more work to do on it. It's just a step on what I hope is going to be a journey which will take this authority into a completely different place from anywhere that it's been before. But it is a really important step, and I do want to thank, I want to thank Fliss and Gordon for all the work that they've done getting it to this point. And it's important to remember that both of them have only been in their roles for a matter of months. And I also want to thank Councillors Bowden and Bailey for their comments on it and their support for it. I think we can all recognise that it's work in progress, but it is a good piece of a good step on that journey to trying to get to a position where there is an agreed set of priorities, an agreed set of proposals where there is a substantial body of work where everybody around the table agrees that that should be our priorities, and then there's another set of work where there might be some disagreement. That's definitely the place that we need to get to, and it's not a place that we have been in the past. So I think it's important to recognise this as a crucial step on that journey, and that there's a lot more work to do in terms of making sure that we can actually deliver on all of the things that we want to deliver on, and prioritising about how we're going to do that, which bits come first. But this is a really important step on that journey, and I want to put on record my very profound thanks to Gordon and Fliss for all the work that's gone into it. Thank you.
Wayne and then Alex. Sorry, Councillor Fitzgerald and then Alex.
Ditto.
Thank you. Alex.
I just wanted to say, firstly, that I think there was lots of good prior engagement on this, which has enabled it to come through in this way. I just wanted to recognise that. And in a sense, that picks up the points that Councillor Fitzgerald was making about investing in time to get to places of agreement, which you were making in reference to the budget. I also really like the fact that what this recognises is that what we're about here is something that is going to require the leaning in of the combined authority and the constituent authorities, and indeed the business board and the wider business community if we're going to deliver it. So direction of travel, as everyone said, is right. It's good to see the references to the sphere and the economic growth strategy here, so thanks for that, Fliss. And I think a little bit of critique is that it is a bit more output than outcome oriented just now. So just to further work as it moves on to make sure that that is the way it moves. And as Councillor Bailey was saying, that kind of route map for how those outcomes are going to be delivered. The final thing I just wanted to make as a point for the future is that in reading it through, at every point, it just screams out how critical it is that with the interaction across disciplines is really strong, so you don't end up in a silo approach. And from a business board perspective, it's going to be particularly important as the new director appointments are made, is that that interface between the director of economy and growth and the director of place and connectivity is really strong. And the engagement with the business board of the latter appointment is just as important as the primary relationship that they'll have with the former. So those are my comments. Thank you, Gordon.
Thank you. Any further comments or questions? Councillor Conboy.
Only because it would be remiss if I didn't comment, simply to say I concur with the comments of my colleagues, and I'd also like to echo the thanks.
Thank you. I think we have an outbreak of agreement in the room. Of course, Gordon.
I didn't want that recorded, yeah. But I really just like emphasize a couple of points made and add a couple. As a way of working, to get to this point, this has been the practice of how we need to try and do things. So this has taken 3 months to get here, with quite broad and sometimes informal conversation as a part of it, rather than rushing to a decision. It's involved very significant involvement from the Council Chief Executives. So, Lucy, it's very good to thank us, but frankly, all of the Council Chief Executives have been active in that. Robert Paul, in particular, has played a sort of representative role across the chief execs, and we welcomed his challenging comments at every stage. I think the second thing is about the conversion of this into plans, which officer time will be put into. Two bits to that. One is we're being quite clear in our conversations that we want to, this is couched as a corporate plan, so it's not couched as a separate departmental plans. So we tried to start from issues and need, and because that's about changing part of the culture of the officer organisation, which I've found to be very silo based. So the next iteration you'll see will be about, and this will probably be at the next board meeting, trying to break this down to tasks and activities for this coming 12 months. What's reasonable in 12 months and in 12 months after that. So that's where we're going. So it's a good start.
Thank you. Fliss, do you have anything you want to add? Before we do move to the vote, I want to add my thanks to everyone who has participated in this process, and to reinforce this shows exactly the kind of way of working we need to be modelling, a very collaborative approach. I'm very glad to hear the involvement of the chief executives as well. So we will now move to the votes. Can I see votes in favour, please? And that's unanimous. Part 3 of the agenda relates to the Combined Authorities improvement work. As advised at the start of the meeting, items 3.1, the Combined Authority Monthly Highlights Report for January, and 3.2, the Improvement Plan Update for January 22, will be taken at the end of today's agenda, as although they are incredibly important items, they do not require decisions from the board. Item 3.3, Combined Authority Governance Arrangements, has been deferred to our March meeting. So I will give members of the board the chance to get themselves down to the next part of the papers. So we are now going to move on to part 4. And part 4 of the agenda relates to decisions coming direct to the Combined Authority Board. It has been suggested in advance that we move direct to the vote on items 4.2 to 4.5 inclusive, unless any board member now wishes to discuss those items. If you do, please say so now, or we will move to the vote on each of those items. Okay, we will move to the vote. So item 4.2 is the Market Towns Programme approval of project proposals, funding call 9 for January 2023. I will propose that. May I have a seconder, please? Councillor Bowden. May I see votes in favour? That's unanimous. Item 4.3, Cambridgeshire and Peterborough Growth Company Business Plan 22-23. I will move that. Can I have a seconder, please? Councillor Nessinger. May I see votes in favour? That's unanimous. Item 4.4, University of Peterborough, finalisation and completion of legal documentation for the Peterborough HE Property Company Propco 1. I will move. Can I have a seconder, please? Councillor Nessinger. Councillor Nessinger is seconding, so we will now move to the vote. Can I see votes in favour, please? Unanimous. Item 4.5, University of Peterborough, finalisation and completion of legal documentation for the Peterborough R&D Property Company Propco 2. May I have a seconder, please? Councillor Nessinger. We will now move to the vote on that. Can I see votes in favour, please? Unanimous. Thank you. We will now consider item 4.1, the Climate and Strategy Business Case for January 2023, as I believe some members wish to debate this. Chris Bolton, Head of Programme Management Office, will introduce the report remotely. Hello, Chris. James Cox, the Project Manager from U&I, who is leading the project on behalf of Cambridge City, and Ben Cartwright, who is leading the wider Coresight project, are also available remotely to answer any points of detail, and welcome to them. So, Chris, over to you.
Thank you, Chair. Good afternoon, members. Nice to get the opportunity to talk to you again. James has been unfortunately been called away. He had an urgent appointment, but Ben will be on the call to answer any sort of detailed questions. So this is item 4.1. This is the purpose of the paper is to seek approval for the business case and the funding allocation from the subject to approval line of the MTFP. The full business case and supporting documents are available in the Appendix 1. If the business case is approved and the paper is approved, the project will have approved funding to move to the delivery phase, where monitoring and evaluation will continue. Going into some of the background, I think the board's very aware of the sort of background to prioritisation of business case development. The important thing here is that the business cases follow the HMT Green Book compliances and also all value for money guidance. A brief summary of the project. So capital funding is sought for building costs for a community and purpose-driven project for the core site of North East Cambridge. The project is a 15-year plus meanwhile project, making use of an otherwise redundant 1.5 hectare area of land, which will eventually be developed for residential uses as part of a wider core site master plan. As I mentioned earlier, we follow HM Treasury value for money. In particular, the project here has also completed a logic model, which goes into a bit of detail about the inputs and outcomes of the project, and also a project outcome tool, which records the outcomes for the project and relates them back to the strategic objectives of the organisation. I'm happy to finish there, and I'm happy to answer any questions with Ben's help.
Thank you. So Councillor Bridget Smith is moving the recommendations as lead member for the Environment and Climate Change. Do you have a seconder, Councillor Smith? Councillor Comboy. I will open the report to debate by the board. Councillor Smith, would you like to comment first as lead member? And Alex, I know you want to come in afterwards. And Chris. In which case, could you declare that now?
Yeah, just for the record, because Angling Water is a landowner related to this, it's just to reflect Angling Water and my employer. Whilst there's no direct relevance here, I just wanted to make sure it's on record that that's the case. So that's all.
Thank you, and we've noted that. Councillor Smith.
Thank you. Thank you very much. So this comes under my portfolio. So until fairly recently, last couple of years, I hadn't really heard about meanwhile space, and it's actually a really interesting concept that when you're doing particularly major developments, you don't just wait until it's all finished before you start creating communities and creating jobs and creating opportunities for people to come together and build resilience into communities. So I think this is a really exciting and innovative project, which I think could reflect very positively on the combined authority, and could if it goes really well, could provide a sort of exemplar for rollout nationally, if not wider than that. So the focus is very much on environmental sustainability, on energy efficiency, on people growing food, on food networks, so we're not shipping stuff in from South Africa, South America, and so on. So it's about creating truly sustainable communities, but most importantly, creating those communities. So I think we all have examples of where the infrastructure, in terms of community resources and so on, haven't been put in early enough, and how some communities have really struggled to grow and to blend. And I think this gives an opportunity to do stuff really, really easy early on, so that even the very first families or individuals moving into this site have opportunities to come together, and whether it's opportunities to come together to grow their own vegetables, or to sort of meet around a pop-up coffee shop, or whatever it is. It's about cementing communities so that particularly with these big strategic sites, they aren't just places where people buy a house or rent a house and live. It's places where people really live their lives in every sense of the word. So I think this is exactly the sort of untested initiative which this authority should be getting involved in, that could have massive benefits, much wider than even us. So I'm very enthusiastic, as you can probably tell.
Thank you. Councillor Bowden.
Thank you very much indeed, Chair. I was pleased to see reference within the report to value for money and to Green Book compliance. It should almost go without saying that they will be within the evaluation, and it's almost a shame that it was felt it needed to be emphasised so much. I'm going to raise an issue which I have raised privately with Councillor Bridget-Smith previously, and I think I've also raised it at our leaders' briefing meetings, and I'm now going to make it public. And that is, this is at least partially a climate-related item, identified climate and strategy business case. And I have no idea if this is a good or bad use of our money towards that objective. And the reason is, and this is part of a much wider consideration, there are government statutory net zero targets. There are our own targets for net zero as well to be obtained. We do not have unlimited money. So we have to make choices between different opportunities in order to achieve both the statutory targets and any targets that we ourselves make. Net zero is a technical phrase, and basically the means by which you get to net zero is by measuring your net change in emissions of CO2e, CO2 equivalent. I'm not going to go into details of what CO2 equivalent is. Many members around this table will, of course, know that perfectly well. And that's why I would like to see, and I'm going to place it on record now, that in all the expenditure that we consider making towards climate objectives, that every single one is quantified in terms of the cost per tonne of CO2e emissions saved. And the reason I'm saying that is we have limited resources. I think that we're going to find it extremely difficult to achieve the targets that we're setting ourselves. So given that we've got limited resources, it's important, if we are to achieve that technical net zero target, if it's to be more than just a slogan, we've got to know for every project that we have in front of us, how much are we actually going to go towards achieving that objective? And that needs to be quantified. Now, there's a whole industry out there quantifying projects and their effect on CO2 emissions saved. In some cases, it's more difficult than others. I think this is one of the cases which is more difficult than others to quantify. But nevertheless, it is possible to quantify it. Yet we do no quantification whatsoever. And it makes a mockery of the suggestion that we are seriously moving towards net zero if we don't quantify how every initiative we take actually quantifiably goes towards that objective. We cannot support every single climate change proposal we've got in front of us. We will never have enough money to do that. So we have to make choices. And we have to make those choices, among other things, based on some clear numbers. So my plea is, and I think I'm preaching to Councillor Bridget-Smith on this, to the converted to a great extent, but my plea is, let's start actually measuring what it is we're trying to achieve. And until we do that, I just won't know if projects such as this are good value or bad value as far as achieving that objective is concerned. Thank you, Chair.
Just before I go back to Councillor Smith on that item, are there anyone else that would like to speak so that you have the opportunity to respond to both at once? Councillor Bailey.
Sorry, thank you very much. I think I've raised this before, but probably some time ago now, and nothing's happened since. But given our responsibilities across the whole geography and the Cambridgeshire and Peterborough Climate Change Commission and their work, and I'm looking forward to seeing the updated action plan in March, because frankly, I haven't seen, apart from the individual projects coming forward with really very little evidence as to how or if they're contributing towards delivery of our action plan. I've seen very, very little, or frankly, next to nothing in terms of activity against our overarching action plan, which I was the one that actually pushed us to have. And it's due to come back to us in March. I have no idea where we're up to with it, but I've raised before that I want an agreed definition of what we mean by net zero across the geography, because some councils in our geography are working on the market-based definition of net zero, which is where you can claim credits for buying renewable energy tariffs or selling renewables to the grid. Whereas others, like my own, are sticking to the more pure location-based definition, which doesn't allow the above. In other words, it stops you buying your way to net zero. And I do believe that the City Council, and this is a proposal, I think, from Cambridge City Council, is using the looser market-based definition. So I'd like to understand whether this really is delivering net zero or not. It's similar to what Councillor Bowden was saying. And in that vein, I would also like to understand, what monitoring will be in place from this authority putting significant sum of money into this project, which sounds like a really exciting project. Don't get me wrong, I'm not against it. I would love if the benefits could be spread wider and it not just, it does talk about Cambridge an awful lot, and it would be much better. I think there's initiatives in there that could spread across our geography, frankly, and maybe it should be looked at. But I'd like to understand how it's going to be monitored and what happens, if a particular service or whatever that goes in there fails for whatever reason or doesn't have the right attributes. How are we in this organisation going to know about that and monitor it? Where is that performance element in this project? Because it'd be very easy to hand over the cheque and then walk away and forget about it. Thank you.
We have one comment from Councillor Conboy, then I will come back to Councillor Smith.
I shall be brief, Chair. I think one of the important things, and I take that point about that learning, I think it's the learning we do as we go through this project, and I will be very interested to see the value added, which goes far beyond the scope of this particular project, because I suspect there will be lots of things we learn as we go through this about what makes really resilient and successful communities. And I think a lot of that is highly transferable, but I think it's that continuous learning so that we can use that in practical day-to-day implementation as we walk through the project, and we learn not only the objectives of this project and its outputs, but all of those things that actually happen and are fantastically positive, or equally are lessons learned that we wouldn't choose to repeat. So I would thoroughly endorse the project, but I am looking forward to all of those extra learning on that journey, and for us to be able to share that fairly quickly so that we can actually look at that in our own communities.
Councillor Nessinger.
I will be very brief. Most of what I want to say has just been said by Councillor Conboy, actually, but no, it's very good. I think we are all learning about how we can best use public money in order to make the climate steps that we need to in order to get to net zero. I think this is one of the first projects that the Combined Authority has led on this type of activity, and it is an exciting one. There will be a massive amount that can be done after it, and I absolutely take Councillor Bowden's point about how we measure these things. But if we wait until we've got a perfect way of measuring them, we will never make any progress on actually doing what needs to be done in a situation where work needs to start immediately. So I'm very happy to see this project coming forward, but clearly there will be a lot to learn, both from this project and as we assess wider projects in the future. Thank you.
Okay, I'm very aware that Councillor Smith is picking up a lot of things to comment on. Councillor Smith, do you want me to go to 2 more comments first and then come back to you at the end? So Councillor Bowden, Councillor Fitzgerald. Did you not? Right, Councillor Bowden and then back to Councillor Smith.
Really briefly, just to correct Councillor Netzinger, I didn't say that I wanted a perfect way of measuring it. I'd like any way of measuring it, because we're not measuring it at all. I fully accept perfection is not appropriate. Just let's have some sort of measurement to start off with. Thank you.
Okay, so thank you very much for all those all very relevant comments. So I think the confusion is that, you know, why this sits under the climate and environment portfolio. This isn't about. It's not primarily about delivering on climate change targets and on net zero. Actually, this is a project that's about placemaking, and you know, placemaking done well delivers enormous environmental and sustainability benefits. So, you know, the environmental and the sustainability and the net zero stuff is a consequence of this. It's not the rationale for it. So, I mean, I think the report that's been, the Meanwhile Thinking report, it's been presented to us here is excellent, and I thank those people responsible for putting that out. So it talks about, you know, it talks about people, and you know, the people who are going to be living here, and it talks about the health and the happiness and the well-being of the people who live there. And we know that health, happiness and well-being are inextricably linked to climate. You know, the pandemic was in part caused by climate change, and that impacted very negatively on our health, happiness and well-being. I absolutely accept that there needs to be monitoring of this, both in terms of making sure it delivers good value for money, but also to, you know, monitor things like, you know, it doesn't say it will achieve net zero, but to monitor what its impact can be on our ambition to move towards net zero. So I think we do need to quantify it, but I don't think we should be getting bogged down necessarily on just things like that. I think we need to be looking at the success of it in creating happy and healthy and vibrant communities. And I think there will be lots of rollout of best practice here. I mean, I went along and visited Marmalade Lane fairly recently and spent a lovely afternoon with one of the residents there. You know, that was, somebody took a sort of punt in the dark over that. You know, would it work? Very highly innovative. You know, now a model which is being picked up all over the place and being constantly adapted. So, you know, what they initially had, they're changing. So they had lots of car parking places. They've done away with that and they've turned it into vegetable growing spaces. So, you know, we are renowned in this area for innovation and trying new things. But you know, what's proposed here, I expect over the lifetime of this, it will evolve and it will change, and the stuff that's working really well will get carried forward, and stuff that isn't working quite so well will be ditched somewhere along the line. So I think if we stop thinking about it as a project to deliver on net zero, it's a project to deliver the very, very best in health and well-being, in placemaking, and preparing this new community for, you know, sustainable 21st century living. I hope that Chris agrees with me. I'm hoping he might nod.
I'm smiling away here, Councillor.
Chris, do you want to make any further comments?
Just a couple of brief points with regards to the monitoring and evaluation that Councillor Baileyburn asked the question there. As part of the programme office, we report on every sort of programme and project once it moves into delivery. That's every month, so we look at performance and risk, and we rag rate them. The second point, both Councillor Conroy and Councillor Nessinger was talking around lessons learned, really, and how we could share the learning if this project sort of goes forward. Again, there as part of the improvement plan, there's a big push around performance reporting, but equally around lessons learned and engaging with our constituent councils to make sure that we have a forum to spread that best practice.
Thank you. If there are no further comments or questions on this item, we will move to the vote. Can I see votes in favour of that item? Okay, so that's... Okay, how many is that? 6. That's 6 in favour. Can I see those against? And those abstaining? 2 abstentions. So that is carried. Thank you. Before we move on to item 5.5, I'm just wondering what we do about food. I have been asked this by several people. My recommendation is that we keep going at this point. I think we're making very good progress. What I will do is I will keep an eye on the speed of this, and if we need to, we'll take a very short break and people can go out and just grab a sandwich and bring it back in. If you want to grab one now, Councillor Smith, because I know that you are having to go. So part 5 of the agenda contains recommendations for the board from the Transport and Infrastructure Committee. This report was published late and was accepted by me on the following grounds. 1, reason for lateness. The Transport and Infrastructure Committee met after the statutory deadline for publication of the agenda and reports for the Combined Authority Board meeting on the 25th of January 2023. Reason for urgency. To delay consideration of these reports until the board meeting on the 22nd of March would result in a delay to the delivery of a number of TCF schemes that are time critical and hinder the seamless continuation of bus services across our region. I had the pleasure of stepping in for Dr. Nick to chair the Transport and Infrastructure Committee, and I want to thank them for a very useful and productive meeting. All of the recommendations before us today were approved unanimously by the Transport and Infrastructure Committee. It has been proposed that we move to the vote on the following items without debate. If any member wants to discuss these items, please say so now or we will move to the vote. So item 5.1, Local Transport and Connectivity Plan. Item 5.3, A1260 Neem Parkway Junction full business case. Item 5.4, March Area Transport Study and Broad Street Constriction Funds. Item 5.5, Fengate Phase 1. And item 5.6, the Local Transport Model full business case. Do I have any objections to that? No, in which case we will move to the vote on each of those items. I will move item 5.1, Local Transport and Connectivity Plan, January 2022. Do I have a seconder? Councillor Nessinger. Can I see votes in favour of item 5.1? Okay, and that includes Peterborough. Thank you. Item 5.3. Oh, sorry. Votes against? Abstentions. Thank you. Item 5.3. A1260 Neen Parkway Junction 32.3 full business case. I will move that. Can I have a seconder, please? Councillor Bowden. Can I see votes in favour of that item? That's unanimous. Item 5.4, March Area Transport Study, Broad Street Construction Funds. Should that say construction or constriction? That should say construction, shouldn't it? Yes. Broad Street Construction Funds. Indeed. I will move that to the vote. Can I have a seconder, please? Councillor Bowden. Can I see votes in favour? Unanimous. Item 5.5, Fengate Phase 1 construction funds. I will move. Can I have a seconder, please? Councillor Bowden. Votes in favour? Unanimous. Item 5.6, local transport model for business case. I will move. Can I have a seconder, please? Councillor Bowden, can I see votes in favour? Unanimous. Thank you. We will now move to consider items 5.2, the bus assessment framework and tendering of services, and then item 5.7, authorisation of expenditure on Zebra zero emission bus project. So I will give Councillor Bowden.
Apologies, just a declaration of interest. I should have made it before. I will not be speaking on or voting on item 5.2b.
Thank you. Item 5.2 is the bus assessment framework and tendering of services. Steve Cox and Tim Bellamy will introduce the report. Could they join us at the table, please?
Esteemed members. Yes, so just by way of update with regard the Transport Infrastructure Committee. So the committee agreed that a thorough, robust and comprehensive review of the bus network will need to be completed, as we discussed previously at this meeting. To understand the views of the general public and how to shape the overarching strategy, it's important that this work will inform by the public consultation that is currently out. It envisaged that a full review of the service across the region will be presented to Transport Infrastructure Committee in autumn 2023 for consideration ahead of the budget setting process later in the financial year. Feedback was and will continue to be sought from the committee on the initial direction of travel regarding this framework, and this will come back to board and committee in due course. In addition, the committee were reminded that in September, Stagecoach confirmed a number of services would be withdrawn, and as a result, the combined authority commenced a comprehensive tender process that offered alternative operators the chance to provide them. The 23 services are due to finish at the end of March 23, so that is the 18 full and the 5 partial, unless the combined authority invokes an extension clause. The decision on funding for passenger transport and buses is inextricably linked with the discussion earlier in this meeting, and therefore the notice of the period for the operators might be limited. In addition, at the board meeting in October, members were informed of a short-term waiver issued to delay the tender of the 6 services to terminate at the end of March 2023, rather than the original contract end date. The committee agreed to recommend to the Combined Authority Board to approve the procurement and retendering of services provided for the 6 services. In addition, the committee recommended to ask the board to approve the extension of the current 23 contracts with providers for a period of 12 months, subject to budget approval of these services.
Thanks. So we have Councillor Bowden. Anyone else would like to speak on this debate? Councillor Bailey, Alex. Councillor Bowden first.
Thank you very much indeed, Chair. And my apologies, I didn't explain why I had a matter of interest on 5.2b. It's because on one of the services, I'm a trustee of the provider of the services. So I won't be speaking on 5.2b or on the 6 services which are listed there. What I do wish to speak on is 5.2c, and that is to approve the extension of the current 23 contracts with providers for a period of 12 months, subject to budget approval, which we've just given for those services. These contracts, we're told, will be reviewed as part of a full review of services. I hope that a number of members of this board, regardless of party political affiliation, will accept that there was some justification when I put forward the budget amendment that we cannot necessarily regard every single service as completely sacrosanct, and we need to look at value for money, particularly for those services which have the greatest cost per passenger return journey. Now, the problem that we have is if we were to pass this resolution as it currently stands, we would be saying, yes, maybe some things are massively uneconomic. Maybe there is some money we could much better spend elsewhere in the bus network, but we are contracting ourselves for 12 months. Now, I see a review is mentioned, but there is nothing clear in this paper to me about whether that review would only take place and come into force after those 12 months are finished, that is from the 1st of April 2024, or whether the review, there would be some sort of structure in place whereby the 12-month contract may be able to be terminated at an early stage if we believe that that money can be better used in other ways to provide bus services within the area. And I felt it was useful to raise this issue today because I don't want us just blindly to walk into renewing every single one of those 23 services without any challenge. We've had 7 months to consider this. We've got a lot of data available about how many users there are for these services. And it just seems to me that if it is being suggested, and it was my reading of it, but my reading might be wrong, if it is being suggested we are locking ourselves in for 12 months with no change until the 1st of April 2024, that is a wasted opportunity when we could be using some of the money more effectively than is being proposed here. Thank you, Chair.
Councillor Bailey.
I've just got a question of clarification, if I may, and then I'd like to hear others speak, and then I'd like to speak, if that's okay. My question of clarification was, my understanding is that the 6 bus contracts listed at recommendation B have already been put out to tender and are already out to procurement. Is that correct?
That is the case, yes.
Sorry, I'm struggling with the microphone, which gives me great concern because it was me that unearthed the issues relating to the Ting procurement service and the breach of governance. And here we are again, where our Transport and Infrastructure Committee have been faced with a recommendation to approve the procurement and retendering of the services when it's already taken place. And here we are at board being asked to ratify that decision, and it's already happening. And I would like to listen to the rest of the debate and then come back on some other points. Thank you.
Before I move on, Edwina would like to say something. Edwina, would you like to speak now?
This is in response to Councillor Bailey. Yes, the procurement has started, but what is happening are sort of the preemptive actions. So as far as I'm aware, the operators have not been promised a contract, and I can double check that with, I get the nods. They haven't been promised a contract. They are aware that it's subject to the board approval. So it's just the early stages of procurement. That's the position, and that's something that I have ensured has happened.
So are you wanting to make your fuller points now or just respond to Edwina?
So, you know, I was actually relatively understanding of this issue when we were all charging towards a March deadline of when we were going to review all the bus services. Because when we were charging towards a March deadline, there were a number of bus services that had not been out to tender for some considerable time and therefore needed retendering in order to show best value. And that is the 6 bus services that are listed in the recommendation that went to Transport and Infrastructure Committee. The other axed stagecoach services had been recently retendered and therefore could be dealt with via extension of contract, not retendering. So that is the rationale for having rushed these services out to retender. However, that rationale is completely eradicated by the later changes to what we'd understood was going to be the process of running our bus framework analysis for the March deadline and deciding which bus services to continue with. So there is no justification at all to go out to procurement, to put these services out to tender, and then retrospectively ask, which is what is being done today. And I would seek an amendment to say retrospectively, because for me, it's not as serious as the Ting breach, but, you know, because that actually was tendered and a contract awarded without any knowledge of this board or the relevant process. But this is just yet another example where things are happening without proper permission, proper governance, proper process. It's just another example. And it just goes on every single time I touch something in this authority. This is what gets unearthed. And I'm sorry, you can justify that it hasn't really gone out to tender, but it has. It's out there. It's gone out to tender. It's been advertised. The providers are writing their bids. And yet we are being asked to approve that activity. And there was no reason to rush given the later changes to our now bus framework analysis work, which I want to talk about after I've heard other people speak. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Bailey. To clarify, are you moving an amendment at this stage?
I think I have, yes, proposed that we change it to retrospectively seek.
And that is for which item? Is that item? It's for item C, is it? Sorry, I've got my mic on. That's why you can't get yours on.
It's item B from the Transport Committee, which was approve the procurement and retendering. So I would simply add the words retrospectively approve approve the procurement, and retrospective retendering perhaps is the absolute accurate description, because we haven't procured yet, so that is still in the future.
Okay, so firstly, do you have a seconder? Okay, so Councillor Fitzgerald is seconding that. We therefore need to pause and look at this particular amendment. First of all, I would like to check the accuracy of the retrospective. So is this in effect an appropriate amendment? Does it reflect the reality of the situation? Tim, do you want to give us some factual information on that?
So the factual information is to just reiterate where we are with what the monitoring officer said, is that no financial commitment had been made, or any commitment had been made regarding the contract. These have gone out to tender for the state contract to allow for the continuation of these services, to allow come the 1st of April. Those services are continuing across our network. So therefore, there's no financial or written commitment to these to these 6 contracts. So just to reiterate what the monitoring officer said previously.
Thank you. I just want to be clear where we are on the factual information here. So we seem to have a disagreement about the status of those contracts, which we need to clear up before we can go any further. Edwina, do you want to come back at that? And then I will take your point, Councillor Fitzgerald.
Thank you, Chair. So my response was in regard to the commitment to a contract that Councillor Bailey had mentioned, that the procurement has started, and she made some comments about the previous procurement and having to enter into an agreement without permission of the board. So that was what my response was to do with, which is why I said that even though there are the early stages of procurement, all bidders have been told that this is subject to board approval. That's what I'm aware of, and I've just double checked with Tim and Steve, and I'm just sorry. Yeah, okay. So that's the position. Yes, it has gone out to procurement, but my response was, well, the early stages of procurement, my response was in regard to committing the combined authority. What I'm saying is that as part of that process, the combined authority has not been committed to enter into the contract, which is different from the previous procurement process, which you mentioned. That's what I was trying to clarify.
Thank you. I'll take your clarification, Councillor Fitzgerald. Then I think I'm going to need to take a short pause to take some advice to make sure I'm clear on exactly what the advice is here. So, Councillor Fitzgerald, you just want to make your clarification first.
I think this is just about clumsy language. I just heard Tim say they've gone out for retendering. You just said that. Whereas this is separate to procurement, where it's asking for approval to retender. I'm assuming that's Anna's point. So it's after the horse has bolted. It's happened. So you can't ask to approve something that's already happened. So somebody just needs to fix the language. So, which Councillor Bailey's amendment does. So we're already out to retendering without approval. That's the point. I know it's semantics, but technically speaking, Tim just confirmed it's already gone out for retendering. Yeah, at the paper at item B, it says approve the procurement, and I take the legal officer's point that that's not yet happened, but the retendering aspect has. So I think it's just a small issue that just needs fixing in the language to make it correct.
I do take your point.
Right, so I'm just going to take a short pause to make sure that I'm clear. Are we able to leave? Do we turn the cameras off? Yeah, I'm on at the moment. I just want to be really clear that I understand. So please tell me again what you're saying, and then I would just like a moment to check with the monitoring officer and with the chief exec to make sure that I'm clear in my mind what we can do here.
So for clarity, the amendment that I'm seeking is approve the procurement and retrospective retendering of the services, because we have procurement is still in the future. So we are approving the procurement, which is still yet to happen, but we have already gone out to tender. So we are seeking retrospective permission to retender. It's that simple.
Yes.
And Mayor, if I might, I mean, that makes sense. The reason I went down to speak to Steve Cox was, I mean, there is no explanation of why that happened, and we're sort of assuming that in some way that was unreasonable. I don't know if that's true or not, but that's my prompt.
Steve, would you like to enlighten?
Yeah, thank you, Chair. It was just to the timing point is the question. We wanted to give operators as much time as possible to prepare their bids for when the moment came, if board were agreeable to the retendering going ahead and the procurement to go ahead. So that was the reason for going out sooner and before the board met today. But as I think has been clarified, we are seeking retrospective approval for the tendering process. And then procurement would follow.
I will make one comment then, Steve, which is meant to be helpful, because this has now happened a couple of times with buses. If we could, where you need to do that outside of a board meeting, just say it will come on the papers, but is everybody comfortable that we do this? Because nobody wants to hold you up. But rather than us spending 10 minutes debating what should have happened before, perhaps officers can be mindful where there is something to approve that we get kind of some informal approval, so we're cited on it before it comes here.
Thank you, and I think we've noted those points. So I'm now going to read what I think we have to make sure that we are moving and seconding the right thing. So I have now item B, approve the procurement and retrospectively approve the retendering of the services provided by the 6 contracts as listed below. Does that? Okay, so Councillor Bailey has moved the amendment. Councillor Fitzgerald is seconding. Could I see votes in favour of that amendment, please? So that's 7-4, including Peterborough and Cambridgeshire. Votes against? Abstentions? Yeah, does this count as an abstention or a not vote? Right, this counts as a non-vote. Thank you. Councillor Nessinger.
Thank you. I'll have to try and remember what I was going to say now. I think what I had intended to say some time ago before we had that discussion was in relation to some of the things that Councillor Bowden said. So largely about recommendation C and not about recommendation B, although clearly they are related. Councillor Bowden spent a certain amount of time talking about the need to move forward to a different bus network and the way in which whether or not this extension of the current contracts for a further 12 months is taking us in the direction of that different network. And I did want to say that I have had a number of discussions with Steve Cox and Tim and a number of other people about how quickly we can move to a better network. Rather than the network which we have now, which is largely a network which has been determined by Stagecoach rather than by any democratically elected authority. I'm very keen that we try and move to a much better bus network than we have now. But I do understand that moving to a much better bus network is going to take time, and it is not possible to do that very quickly. Because you have to build capacity in the system, and that's one of the issues that there has been already with these tenders that we are running at the moment, is that um, a selection of providers have stepped forward to pick up the services which Stagecoach stepped away from, but some of them have certainly had difficulty recruiting drivers, making sure that they can cover those networks. I think it is extremely important that we try to give bus providers a sense that this is something that we are committed, that improving our bus network is something that we are committed to in the long term. And while I would, in an ideal world, prefer that we were not committing to exactly the same routes for 12 months, I have been convinced in those conversations that actually this is the right thing to do. Partly because a collection of providers stepped in to provide those routes. They are now getting those routes settled. I'm aware that there are still frequently issues with some of those routes. I get regular emails from people in my patch saying, why hasn't the bus turned up again? And my child is left at the bus stop and cannot get to school. And those sorts of reliability issues are a massive problem. And we need people to feel that their bus services are something that they can rely on. As we move to a better bus system, and I really hope that we will be moving to a better bus system, we need that sense that this is a system that you can rely on to be something that is felt as comfortable not only with the bus providers who are having to train drivers and provide buses, which is not an easy thing to do at short notice, but also the people who use them. And I think that this is one of the critical points about continuing to support the current network, even though it may not be the ideal network. I don't want us to do this for a long time. I hope very much that in a year's time we will be having a completely different conversation about our bus network, and about how we can grow it and give people increasing confidence in it. But at the moment, making sure that those providers who have stepped in to keep our buses going and make sure that children, at least most of the time, can get to school when they need to, is I think the useful next step, and we need to give those providers a sense that they are providing a service which has a long-term future, even if the exact routes might change slightly, but they're not. So I think this is the right thing to do. I did also just want to come back a little bit on some of the discussion that we had previously about these routes and about the routes that were the costs that were in that amendment. I have since discovered this morning, kind of after we've had that debate on the amendment, that the costs that are reflected in that do not include concessionary fares, and for me that's a huge issue. That actually, if you do not include any of the people who are travelling on those buses with their free bus passes, that makes a massive difference to how much those routes are actually being used. And I think it's very important that everybody should be aware of that issue when we're looking at those costs. So thank you for the recommendations. Thank you for the work that is being done on this. Both Steve and Tim will know that I have been somewhat frustrated by the fact that we have to do this at the pace at which we have to do it, but I do also recognise the constraints under which bus providers are working, and the need for us to make sure that there is some continuity in the services that people are using, so that they know what's going to be there and they can make plans accordingly. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. And some of what I was going to comment on relates to points that Councillor Ness Singer's just made. I suppose the point under C around the review as part of a full review is the bit I was interested in, because from my earlier comments on the decision the board then made, I think there's a little more flexibility than you might have had available to you. It's still an impossibly difficult position. But the task, I suppose going back to that point, if you could draw the optimal given the financial constraints, optimal provision of bus services in Cambridgeshire and Peterborough today? Would it look like what we have? No, I suspect. Do we need to move towards that? Yes, we do. Do you have to do some suboptimal things in the meantime? Probably, because you can't leave people high and dry. But we absolutely need to make sure that work is progressed at pace, utilising the bit of flex we have. Because in the end, you're going to have whatever your fare box is, whatever your public subsidy available is, trying to get the best understanding of where aggregate demand is and utilising actually digital and other tools to try to do that as best you can. And then you create, hopefully, the best fit you can. It will always be imperfect, but it probably won't be the historical route map either. So I think that's what you were committing to, Lucy, and what you just said. But it'd be really good to make sure that happens and that we don't end up boxed in this time next year because we have to go back around the loop again. That was the point I was going to make. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. The Business Board Chair is entirely correct in what he says. And in fact, we will never, ever get a perfect system in place. And it's just not going to happen. But what we can do is do things which are better than they have been done before. And the last 7 months, I'm sorry to say, have been wasted in terms of failing to address this issue. We knew we had to act quickly when Stagecoach abandoned certain routes or reduced certain routes. And action was taken very quickly, appropriately. It wasn't 100% perfect, but it was as good as could be done. Then there was the opportunity in the 7 months from then until the end of this financial year, the opportunity to review that and think, well, that's what we did as a matter of urgency. What could we do better, even as an interim measure, so that we get better value for the money we're spending? And that wasn't done. And we're now told it won't actually be done until the autumn before we have that debate. And it seems to me that it is a wasted opportunity. It's an admission of failure that we have 19 months of running services, some of which Stagecoach abandoned because they are completely uneconomic, without having that challenged by the board and without having a discussion about whether that money could be better used. I'll give you an example, a very parochial example, I must admit, but I'll give you an example. In Whittlesea, we have lost more than half of our bus service as a result of the changes made by Stagecoach. Not a penny of CPCA money has gone towards or will be going towards rectifying that situation. Now, that's a very local issue as far as Whittlesea is concerned, but it is indicative of the fact that there are some areas with a significant amount of need, a significant amount of demand, where that demand is not being met, yet we are spending some money in what appear to be very inefficient ways. Councillor Netzinger is actually correct when she says that the numbers which have been quoted do not include concessionary bus fares. They also don't include a number of other things, such as Section 106 agreements, which had been made, although they're not part of those 10 particular routes. But they were the numbers which were provided to us by officers, and they were the best numbers which are available to us to make decisions. And for us to abnegate our responsibility by failing to make any decision and just saying everything should be saved. Let's have 19 months worth of running at those particular frequencies, at those particular services before a change is made. It is far, far too long. And we really need to have more flexibility than that. I'm not suggesting here right now that we should be abandoning routes at the end of March. I'm not trying to suggest that. What I am trying to suggest is that if we are locking ourselves in under C in this agenda item to 12 additional months beyond the 1st of April 2023, then that is just too far, and we are failing. We will fail to take advantage of the opportunity that we have to get better value for money, and that's what this is about. It's about better value for money. And failure to approving what's being suggested in C, I think, it really is a lost opportunity. Thank you, Chair.
Councillor Bailey.
Thank you. I just want to look at one or two of these recommendations in a little bit more detail. So recommendation A is to now note the outline programmes for the continued development of the bus strategy, the bus franchising business case, and the refresh bus service improvement plan programme, and the additional resources. And the framework, the timing of the framework. It is unbelievably disappointing to me. And I don't know when it happened as a board member. I think I missed one leader strategy meeting, so it may have happened at that meeting. I don't know when it was agreed that we were going to delay the work to use our bus framework to analyse our current bus subsidised services until the autumn. You know, it was scheduled the whole time. We were working towards the date of March. That's why we realigned all the contracts so that they would all come up in March, apart from Ting. And that is why the date that we were working towards. And I think it's unbelievably disappointing that we're not now forging ahead with that very, very important piece of work, even if it can't conclude straight away. We should be doing it. We should not be sitting back waiting till the autumn to carry out that work. It's really, really not a good plan at all. Recommendation C talks about approving the extension of the current 23 contracts with providers for a period of 12 months, subject to budget approval for these services, which has been granted today, obviously. And D says feedback on the development of the local bus service assessment framework. Well, the local bus service assessment framework that went to Transport and Infrastructure Committee that we are being asked to ratify today, I have to tell you, says in it that the combined authority has set an upper limit to the cost per passenger journeys beyond which it will not normally continue to provide the service. This upper cost will initially be set at £12, but may be reviewed periodically in light of changing circumstances. And that is exactly why we should be expediting the analysis of all our subsidised service, not kicking the can down the road until the autumn, because there is a lost opportunity in redeveloping those services to provide, exactly as the chair of the business board was saying, to provide better services for people. And sitting here irrationally and slightly hysterically saying that we must back all the services, even if they're costing £257 or whatever it was per return journey, is frankly ludicrous. By adopting the bus framework, we are adopting a £12 per passenger journey limit for ourselves. And what I have to tell you is that on our subsidised services, notwithstanding what Councillor Netzinger said about the free bus pass users, which, by the way, is a subject that I have been battering officers with, as they well know, for weeks on end now, because I've been demanding that the free bus pass user numbers are reflected in our hierarchy of bus subsidy list, because they are critically important. The fact that they're paid for by a different budget line of this authority is not the point. It shows how popular those and well used those services are. Unfortunately, we haven't got the data, so it's impossible to make those judgments. But what I have to tell you is that if we applied our £12 per passenger journey framework today, 22 out of the 50, ignoring the stagecoach services because we don't have the data on those, 22 out of the 54 on our list would not comply and would not be fit to continue. Obviously, they all have to be looked at on their individual merits. Obviously, we need data about free bus pass users, but 22 of the routes would not comply. And so it is ludicrous to sit there and leave item C, which is just to agree a 12 months. So what I would like to discuss, these are contract extensions, and I see absolutely no reason why we can't ask our officers about the implications of what happens if we extend for 3 months or 6 months or 12 months to the prices. And let's understand that so that we give ourselves some flexibility to rationalise these services and use the money that we have agreed today to put it to the maximum best use. Let's bring this work forward. Let's get on with it.
So I think we have quite a bit to hear from officers. So what I'm hearing in the room at the moment is to have comments on the scope for how long we need to extend these services for, whether there is scope for extending to a small amount of time or not. I don't think anybody is suggesting that we have those debates today about which routes we support and to which level. So I would also think it would be very helpful to hear from officers about how quickly we can start hearing about the thinking and that planning, and having a reassurance to us today that that planning will be taking place in good time over the next year, so that when we come back to this meeting next year, we're in a very good position to be able to think very strategically. So if you could give us some reassurances on that. Could I please note we have 2 board members that need to leave at 2:00. So we do need to bear that in mind in terms of moving to a vote before 2 for this item. So Steve, do you want to talk us through this?
Yep. Okay, good. Thank you. And thank you for the comments. Councillor Lessinger is absolutely right. She's been pressing very hard for this to move forward quickly and rightly. The work has started. It hasn't been able to have been done in time for the decisions to be taken before the end of March. The team is in October, working hard to get the 23 contracts extended, and likewise with the 6 from December, which were extended to March. But the work to look at the network is continuing. There are other factors that we've got to keep in play and keep in mind. Operators that are operating commercial services today may decide they don't want to operate them tomorrow. So we need some flexibility in there to adapt to changing circumstances. The issue around bus driver capacity is a really important one. You mentioned today, we've heard that from operators. We can do something about that through our own skills programs, and I'm talking to Fliss about how we can bring some of those programs to bear to help with that problem. And Tim can perhaps comment on the rolling contracts and the period of time, whether we can bring that forward 12 months, 12 months to a shorter period. But I think the important point, we need to get on and are getting on with the review of the network. We'll base it on the framework. The framework's an important input. Rightly, the comments on what the framework says are going to be important for us. The strategy, the bus strategy, will be important as well. So the inputs are there to be played into the work. The review of the network will be based on that, and it will move forward at pace, so that we're not in this position next year, and hopefully we'll be much clearer by the late summer, early autumn on what the new sustainable network that we want as a combined authority looks like for Cambridgeshire and Peterborough.
And then to add to that, with regard to the situation around the contract, so with regards to the 23 contracts that we did these for 18 plus 5, it's my understanding that these need to be a year because of we entered into a 6 month plus 1 year plus 1 year, so that is where we need to be with regard to the 23. The situation with the 6, because we're going out to retendering and reprocuring, that those 6 may be different and we could take those away, but with regard to 23, it needs to be for a year or not at all.
So to confirm what we're hearing here, so I do wish to ensure that we have the opportunity for Councillor Bowden and Councillor Smith to be able to participate in this vote. I think that's really important if we can. So what I think I'm hearing is that we won't be waiting until the autumn to start discussing the work on the new bus framework. What we will be doing is having those discussions as we go through, so that in the autumn we are ready to listen to a final decision on that, rather than waiting until there to debate it at all. That if we were not to approve the extension of the 23 for a year, that could potentially put those at risk completely. So we may end up without buses completely. But that on B, there could well be scope for us to have reassurances to have a break clause in place should the work we're doing on the bus framework mean that those routes aren't so effective. Councillor Bailey.
Well, I'm sorry, but to coin a phrase, I feel completely and utterly stitched up if that is the case. When we were asked to renew the 23, to do the 23 contracts and put them out to tender in the rush last year, we did it on the basis that it would be done until March. Why are we now being told that we have absolutely no option but to put them out for extension for a year? I have no comprehension of that at all, and I need an explanation. It basically means that when we were letting the contracts last year and agreeing to do that, March wasn't the real date.
You want to come in?
I don't think that what Councillor Bailey has just said was accurate. I mean, it might have been possible for all of these, and had the budget that we've just agreed not gone through, it would have been the case that we would not have been able to continue with these routes. And I think that was clear. Can I just? I think I would very much like to ask Chair that we move to the vote on this. I understand that maybe not everybody will be able to support it, but I think that given the need for some members to leave, it might be helpful for us to move forward.
Through the chair, please. I'm going to ask for a very quick answer from Steve, very quick, 1 minute, so that we can get some clarity on this point. But then I really do want to allow the 2 board members who need to leave the opportunity to have their democratic say in this. So, Steve.
So just to, I think, clarify the point that Tim made is the case. When we extended them, the 18 plus the 5 in October, it was for the period to the end of March. And at that time, with the provision for another further extension for a year and a year after that, I think for three years. Yeah, I think that's the clarification, Chair, I think you're looking for.
So just for clarification, at the end of March, there was a contract that was agreed, March last year. And as part of that contract, there's a built-in extension of 12 months plus 12 months in the contract. So that's what that's referring to, even though the initial contract for 1 year will terminate March 23, this March 2023. In the contract, there is an agreement to extend 12 months plus another 12 months. And that's why we're going for 12 months, because it's built into the contract.
What I'm going to do is I'm going to take Wayne very briefly, because his vote is in effect a veto on this. Then I am going to take Lucy's point of moving to the vote. I think we do need to move this forward. It's nearly 2 o'clock and we have more to get through. Wayne, Councillor Fitzgerald.
Okay, there's a bigger issue going on here. So I fundamentally share the concerns of Anna and Chris, but I'm not going to not support it on the basis that it's about current services. And I don't want to be seen to be the one preventing current services carrying on. So let me get that clear, because we should support the public and bus services. But there are a lot of questions to answer, as were expressed this morning in the discussion about alternative budgets and everything else. Just for clarity though, so the budgets and the money, and just for the benefit of the public, does that take account of the bus subsidy ceasing in March also that comes from government? So e.g. Stagecoach could give load more services back. So Tim, this is probably a question for you at the end of March, or what we're currently predicting or funding is just the known knowns, but what about the unknowns? Could you just answer that very quickly, if that makes sense? Oh, go on.
Going on. Yeah, so the situation with regard to the budget is it's a known known. It's not anticipating what extra we may get in due course.
It doesn't take account of the other bus subsidies ending from government. Okay, is that right? Just a nod will be fine. Yes or no? Go on, you won't just say yes. Right, okay. I just want to put that out there, folks, because even if we agree this with the reservations that I have and others have, but I will agree to it because it affects the public, I just want to put on record that there is no plan from the Combined Authority or anybody else when the national bus subsidy comes to an end, which I also believe is at the end of March. What the hell are we going to do about that? And that's a bigger picture, because that affects far more routes than we're talking about now and is substantially more money. So I'm just raising that with you, but I'll be supporting it in from a transport point of view, but with those reservations.
Thank you. Now, I'm afraid I will move to the vote. I have a couple of things I will say after that. So we will move to the vote. Did I propose and get a seconder at the beginning of this? Right, I am moving the recommendation from the chair. Do I have a seconder? Councillor Nessinger. I will be taking each one separately. We need to do that because they have different arrangements. I'll try and be as effective as I can on this. So recommendation A is for noting only with no vote required. Recommendations B, C, E and F require a vote in favour by at least 2/3 of all members or their substitutes appointed by constituent councils who are present and voting, to include the members appointed by Cambridgeshire County Council and Peterborough City Council or their substitute members. We will vote on those recommendations now and the monitoring officer will confirm the outcomes of the vote. Those in favour of recommendation B? 5 in favour. That's 5 in favour. Those against? Those abstaining? That's 1 abstention. Recommendation C, those in favour? Those abstaining? Sorry, those against? 2. That's also carried. So those 2 are carried. Recommendation E, those in favour? It's unanimous. E, we'll come back to D. Recommendation F, those in favour? 5 in favour. Those against? 2 against. That's carried. Finally, we will vote on recommendation D, which requires a simple majority of members present and voting. May I see votes in favour of recommendation D, please? That's 6. Those against? Those abstaining? 2 abstentions. Thank you. Thank you for waiting, Councillor Smith. I appreciate that. And we send our condolences to you and all your colleagues this afternoon. No, it's okay. I will come to that. Just wanted to make a suggestion at this point. Firstly, I think it's very clear that we need a meeting where we can talk through this in more detail. There are lots of questions that have been raised. I think those questions do need to be answered. I think they need to be answered as soon as possible. Gordon, can I leave it to you to talk to officers about getting that meeting in place so that we have the time to address all of the outstanding questions on this item? We do have some items left. It is 2 o'clock. My suggestion is that we pause 5.7 and go on to a quick break for food and then come back and go from item 5.7 onwards. Councillor Comboy, you have a comment?
Only to say, Chair, I have a difficulty at 3 o'clock because I'm supposed to be chairing another community meeting.
My suggestion, which sounds like it's being seconded by Councillor Bailey, is that we go as quickly as we can, we get sandwiches, we bring them back here and we continue. Let's do that. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. It is now just coming up to 2:15, and we are going to go through the last items on the agenda. We will start with agenda item 5.7. So I'll just give you a moment to get to that in your packs. This is the authorisation of expenditure on the zero emission buses. Tim, I assume you're introducing this report. Thank you.
Yeah, so I'm here to present an update on the zero emission bus regional area project of 100 Zebra. The combined authority transport infrastructure committee and board had an update in September 2021 around the funding position. The combined authority led a consortium of the combined authority, Stagecoach, and the Greater Cambridge Partnership on a proposal to buy 30 zero emission double deckers. The combined authority secured funding from the Department for Transport that equated to 4.295 million. In addition, 2.25 million was provided by DCP and a further 7.035 million from Stagecoach. With the funding, 30 electric buses will be delivered and in service by the end of September 2023. The delivery of these has been delayed due to shipping issues between Sweden, Egypt, and the United Kingdom, but we've been reassured by Stagecoach and also the contractors that these will be in place by the end of all of them will be in place by the end of April 2023. So this paper recommended to the Transport Infrastructure Committee and subsequently to this board to approve the capital expenditure of 2.994 million of funds allocated to the approved Zebra business case. So I can amend this paper to the board.
Thank you. So what comments I have? Did Councillor Bowden? Councillor Bowden first then.
Thank you, Chair. Just a couple of questions. I've worked on the assumption in this that these buses will actually belong to Stagecoach. Am I wrong in that assumption? And if I'm correct in that assumption, I also further assumed that these buses are effectively replacement buses for others which will no longer be utilised in those particular services. In which case, what will happen to those buses which are no longer used? And is there any mechanism within the structure that we got in front of us for some recompense as far as the proceeds of those buses is concerned? And my apologies, it's not a loaded question, I just don't know the answers. In fact, the second one wasn't my question at all, it was from someone else who raised it yesterday.
Are there any other comments or questions on this item? Councillor Fitzgerald?
I'm happy to support this. Interesting question, though. I would imagine they might go overseas to wherever the buses go. I don't know, some South African country or African country somewhere. That's where a lot of HGVs go to. I'll just reiterate the case and relate it to the £4 million that we received confirmation of on Friday last week. I think Thursday, Friday last week, because as you know, and I've spoken about it before, I'm trying to move things along in Peterborough to do exactly the same thing. So once they start getting electrified there as well, it really excites me that we'll be able to have electric buses there. So I'm wholly supportive of this and very jealous, as I've said from the beginning, that somehow Cambridge seems to be ahead of the game there. But all the same partners seemingly involved, apart from Cambridge Partnership, of course. But yes, Chair, I'm happy to press on with our cleaner, greener technology.
Thank you. So a very, very quick. I'll stop fiddling with it. Just to say that it will be wonderful when these buses actually arrive, and the delay is a little disappointing. Of course, there are reasons for that, and there's not very much we can do about it, but it will be fantastic when they actually get here. We have a very small number of zero emission buses in Cambridge at the moment, and it is extraordinary how much nicer it is cycling near and behind, particularly a zero emissions bus, than the standard buses that we have. My understanding is that these are largely going to be replacing the at least some of the park and ride buses, which make many, many, many journeys every day. So it will make a big difference to the emissions levels in some of the areas of Cambridge which have very, very high pollution levels at the moment. So I'm really looking forward to them arriving. On the points that Councillor, I will be very interested to hear the answers to the questions from Councillor Bowden. I think as with so much of our bus work and the bus discussions that we're having at the moment, if we were redesigning this now, we would not be doing it in quite this way, and there would be in an ideal world, I think we would probably not be getting these through Stagecoach, given the way that Stagecoach have behaved over the last year. However, it will still be great when they actually arrive, and I think just again, this is yet another of those cases where it isn't necessarily what we would want to do in a perfect world, but nevertheless, making small steps forward in a better direction, even if it's not exactly how we would ideally like things to be, is still a valuable thing to do. And I know that there will be many people who are very, very pleased to see these when they actually get here. On Councillor Fitzgerald's point about them coming to Cambridge and not to Peterborough, I absolutely hope very much that we will be able to make similar progress in Peterborough as soon as possible. And I know that there are quite a lot of discussions going on about depots, which might help with that. So that's good news. Thank you.
Don't think there are any more questions or comments. Tim, could you answer those, and could you include making sure that we know why at the moment it's been focused in this area, but what the plans are to expand this more broadly across the region? Because I absolutely agree, we need to be thinking about this across the whole region. So, Tim.
So yes, if I start on that latter point and then work back through. So with regard um, the second round of Zebra that's meant to be imminent from government, but I'll wait and see when we get that through. As and when that gets through, I think it's critical that we work with Peterborough. Because actually, it would make sense to make that link in with the bus depot and the 4 million there. So we are doing work both as a combined authority and also the city council on progressing the depot work, and that is proceeding at pace. And then with regard the ownership issue, I'm going to need to come back to yourself, Councillor Bowden, on the exact arrangement around that, and I'll let the board know those going forward around the ownership and the ongoing maintenance cost sits with Stagecoach. I know that, but it's the ownership of that asset. I'll come back to you on in due course. And then with regard the fleet utilisation. So I've spoken to Stagecoach and other operators, but on this particular one around Stagecoach, around looking at where building on what Councillor Nersinger said, is these will replace the park and ride vehicles, but actually are these vehicles better than some of the other vehicles they're using elsewhere? And so actually looking at the needs of the customer, but also the emissions, etc. So working out what the best utilisation of those vehicles are, and then subsequently how then they dispose of those in a disposable way. So I can come back with more information from when Stagecoach provide that to me.
I'm really grateful for both of those answers, particularly the honesty of them. I have to say I'm utterly astonished that we should have got to this stage of the process and we still don't know who will actually own the buses after we've given £3 million towards them. My suspicion is it will be Stagecoach who own them, but I don't know. I don't know if there are restrictions about what they can use them for. I don't know if there are restrictions about them reselling them. I just don't know. But I'm absolutely astonished that we haven't got that information available to us. And as for the change of the fleet and the possibility that they will dispose of 30 buses, it will be interesting to know that. My suspicion is that Councillor Fitzgerald is right, and that they will end up in Africa or the Middle East or South Asia. But that's just a case of us exporting our polluting buses to another part of the world.
Thank you. And I assume that when we have those answers, we get them in as addition to the minutes. Is that correct? Or they will be circulated separately to board members? Okay, so they will be circulated separately to board members. And can you make sure those go to all the board members, please? Because I think we'll all be interested in the answers to that. Are there any more questions or comments? So I will move the recommendations from the chair. Do I have a seconder? Oh, Why don't we ring the changes? Councillor Fitzgerald can second this one. Recommendation A requires a vote in favour. Recommendation A requires a vote in favour by at least 2/3 of members or their substitutes appointed by the constituent councils who are present and voting, to include the members appointed by Cambridgeshire County Council and Peterborough City Council or their substitute members. Recommendation B requires a simple majority in favour, and the monitoring officer will confirm the outcome. So firstly, recommendation A, can I see votes in favour, please? That's 5 in favour. Votes against? 1. So that's carried. Recommendation B, votes in favour. It's 4 in favour, votes against, 1, abstentions. Is that an abstention, Councillor Bailey? Right. So 1 against, 1 abstention. That's carried. Thank you very much. We now move, and Tim, thank you. You faced a real grilling from us. Thank you for answering those questions with honesty and lots of information there. And thank you for your work bringing this forward. We now move on to part 6, the recommendations from the Skills Committee. Fliss, are you going to be joining us for this? Hang on. So it's been proposed that we move direct to the vote on item 6.1, the ARU Peterborough Phase 3. Is this the only item on this, actually? Yeah. Is that why? No, there's 6.2 as well. So it's been proposed we move directly to the vote on item 6.1, the ARU Peterborough Phase 3 full business case and monitoring arrangements for the new university. Unless anyone objects now, we will move to the vote on this. Okay, so item 6.1, I will propose, can I have a seconder, please? Councillor Nessinger. So can I see votes in favour? That's unanimous. Thank you. We now move on to item 6.2. I believe Councillor Nessinger will give a brief overview as chair of the Skills Committee. Is that correct?
I wasn't necessarily expecting to, but I'm very happy to if members would like. Well, I'm just wondering whether we need to, because actually we've got, I mean, with people wanting to get away, I'm happy that anybody asks us any questions, and otherwise we'll just take the papers as read. Thank you.
I think that seems an eminently sensible idea. So in which case, shall we go straight to questions or comments on this item? This is 6.2. This is Wave 4 Skills Bootcamp. Any comments or questions? In which case, I suggest that we move to the vote. Councillor Nessinger, I think you're moving the recommendations on this. I will second. Can I see votes in favour, please? Unanimous. That's unanimous. Thank you. Now, we haven't quite finished. So part 7, we will come, hang on. Yes, we do have to do this. No, we're taking, right. So part 7 is governance reports. Item 7.1, the review of the Constitution, has been deferred to March. It has been proposed that 7.2 to 7.4 should be voted on without debate. If any board member objects, please say so now, or we will move to the vote. Item 7.2, procurement policy. I will propose, can I have a seconder, please? Councillor Nessinger, can I see votes in favour? Thank you, that's unanimous. Item 7.3, implementation of Subsidy Control Act 2022. I will propose, can I have a seconder, please? Alex, can I see? You just got there. Can I see votes in favour, please? Thank you, that's unanimous. Item 7.4, forward plan. Is that just for note? Oh, there is a vote on this. Yes, there is. So I am moving. Can I have a seconder, please? Councillor Nessinger, votes in favour. Thank you. That's unanimous. Yes. Now, as a reminder, we did defer item 3 to the end of the agenda. So if we could now go back, please, in our agenda packs to item 3.1 and 3.2. Item 3.1 is the Combined Authority Monthly Highlights Report for January, which will be introduced by Gordon Mitchell, the Interim Chief Executive. Gordon, please be as brief as you can, but we are aware that this is an important item, so please say everything that needs to be said.
Well, I do need to fill the time before Burns Night celebration, so I'm not going to be that short. I've got at least 2 hours to that. I'm not going to go through everything here. Probably a couple of things to pull out and things that have happened since. I mean, I drafted this 2 weeks ago, so things change. I guess the most obvious thing to talk about would come under the first section anyway. Using this one. I've got this one on though. Yeah.
Bring it a bit closer, I think.
Okay. Yeah, it's off. As you will have seen in the press, in local government press in any case, and the notice was circulated yesterday afternoon, the government has given the Combined Authority what it's calling a best value notice. This particular mechanism is entirely new. The term hadn't had the term until a couple of days ago. In a general sense, I think it is a reflection of the government trying to bring some framework to its forms, its interest in performance and its forms of intervention. I mean, up until about now, it's either been heavy duty intervention in terms of direct adjustment to powers, or much more conversational about what the issues are and how those things are to be addressed. That inevitably had a lack of clarity about issues. This is clearly an attempt to bring a gradation to those things. I got notice of this on Monday evening, but not the content. And yesterday afternoon, about 3:30, the notice came through and was published on the DLUC website at the same time. I mean, government's taking action on 3 places under this initiative. One is in Thurrock to ratchet up the intervention quite markedly. Second is to Middlesbrough, where there's been some pretty considerable, relatively fresh governance and personality disputes in a very public way, and to us. The note that sent around, in one sense, is just a description of what we know. It reflects the letters of the early part of last year. It reflects pretty directly our improvement plan headings. It pleasingly gives a very small nod to recognizing the assessment that you've agreed and recognizing the improvement plan. Other than that, it's pretty limited in expressing any view. I met with the civil servants towards the end of yesterday afternoon. I'm not sure there's a lot added to the letter, other than what I've said, i.e. an expression of the current view. The expectation is there'll be a quarterly update and review against the items in that letter, so that's probably helpful. That's a bit more clarity, rather than a sort of ongoing conversational setup. It clearly does give a bit more credence and not responsibility, but it clearly positions the Independent Improvement Board as something of significant importance to them. And they've already had discussions with Lord Kerslake prior to this, and he's already given a commitment to report to them and give his view of our work and activity quarterly. And I'm sure that'll be aligned with these quarterly reviews. should I pause there? Because it's obviously a very particular issue.
Yeah, and I have two comments already. So first Chris, then Alex.
Thank you, Chair. Yes, it's clear from the letter that it is really important that we both improve and are seen to improve our governance weaknesses and governance failures, the desire and achievement of both best value and value for money, and also, specifically mentioned in the report, that the investigations which have now been ongoing for 15, 16, 17 months, that they are concluded as quickly as it's possible to do. But one of the things which was mentioned in the letter was, and this is new, and it was something we feared, but it's nevertheless new, was, my reading of it, was the continuation of a restriction of the funding that will come to us. Now, that seemed to be stated in a very general term, and I wonder if the interim chief executive has received any clarification as to what was meant by that particular phrase. And if not, is it possible for him to do his utmost to try and get some clarification from DLUC? Because if there's one thing we need to know, it's what money it is that we're not going to be receiving next year, which we might think that we are going to be receiving.
I'm going to move subject, so I don't know if you want to stick with this for now.
I'm not sure the letter says anything about future funding or not. It seems to me to link the point of the funding we receive in different ways, because we get funding in all sorts of pots. I think what it says is the fact that we receive that is not to be taken as an endorsement of these issues. Yeah, I think we're making progress against these issues. They're trying to separate out ordinary week-to-week functioning from the overall assessment of need and progress. Otherwise, I wrote to the relevant senior servant a couple of weeks before Christmas, asking specifically about that issue, about continuation or otherwise. I chased it up this side of New Year, not had a answer.
Thank you. I mean, for what it's worth, as a former civil servant, I read it the way you described it, Gordon, but it's always just trying to get that clarity. I actually wanted to switch tack and just talk a bit about a couple of things in the report. One is your reflection on the greater activity around devolution, which you reference. Actually, that's from government, also actually in terms of opposition comments around devolution as well. And the point you make here is that I think there's a major opportunity here. Notwithstanding that we've got to keep going on the improvement work, we should also not lose sight of the ability to put forward a best proposition for sort of further devolution. And I think that chimes with some of the conclusions from the business board, CPCA board session we had in this room before Christmas. And I just wanted to kind of reflect on the fact that we should, A, not lose sight of the conclusions from that joint session, and B, here is a perfect opportunity where we could actually bring that pitch together and get collective kind of support behind it from the business community and the combined authority and its constituent authorities into that piece. So that was the first one, and the second one was also on the sort of with the news around the funding commitment for East West Rail. There is actually sort of fresh life being brought into what is now the Oxford Cambridge Pan Regional Partnership, I think. So in a similar sense, I suppose we could perhaps think about if we can get that work together quickly. There's a landing point for it in here's our Devo pitch. There's also potentially a landing point for it in how exactly we make the most of the networks we've already got around what the development of the Pan Regional Partnership might mean for Cambridgeshire and Peterborough. Those were the two observations, Chair.
Any other comments or questions before? So take yours as well, Councillor Fitzgerald.
As Gordon said, this is all new. For all intents and purposes, this combined authorities and special measures. It's called something else because I don't think it's ever been done before with a combined authority, but it was put to me when I learned of it several days ago that that's how it's being viewed. And I've said before, and I'll say it again, I said it this morning, and quite right, that DLUC officials and ministers will be watching the performance and indeed these meetings. Why do I know that? because when I met the minister, he told me he'd watched the council meeting in my own authority, where similar circumstances exist, although we're further down the road in terms of making progress. And I think this letter is long overdue, and it's overdue because of the pressures on DLUC in both the ministerial capacity and office capacity there, because there was so much change within the summer within DLUC about who was responsible. And the minister now is Lee Rowley, very capable and very much a man of detail. So he'll be watching the detail, and I welcome that both in my own authority and indeed here. So there are some serious things in this letter, as there were in the Ernst Young letter. Unfortunately, because it's come late, as Gordon said, it references with a nod to the improvement work that's been put in place and the improvement panel. So we should be mindful of the detail of this letter and read between the lines. As Alex said, he's a former civil servant, so it's been written in civil service language, but it is a very serious letter and judgment on the state of play within the combined authority. And even, as I've said, with my own authority, we're a long way from where we were, but I've just had a letter in the last week or so that says there's more to be done, although that was based on September's view. So this, in part, will be a retrospective view, but it does acknowledge the work that's being done. So I would urge board members to be conscious of this and the previous correspondence from DLUC about the state of this combined authority, and let's hope collectively we can improve matters. Hang on, see, might be me.
Yeah, should I just say something on that particular issue? And yeah, um, which is really about the status of the letter, status of the action implied by the letter. I think special measures isn't quite appropriate. I mean, that has lots of detail in. Yeah, colloquially maybe. So it's a sort of this is a non-statutory letter. So they're not using powers in order to send this. The in the meeting yesterday, it was described to me as a warning letter. That was the language that was used in the meeting. But I do think, and it's in tune with what people have said, in a sense, this is a regularization of the situation between DLUC and ourselves rather than any change of position. Yeah.
We'll take the other points and then we'll come back to the broader answers at the end and the things you want to raise. So Councillor Nessinger and then Councillor Conboy.
Thank you. So it is interesting to be getting this letter. I think that there is actually quite a lot in there. I don't think it's ever nice to be getting a letter saying we're watching you and that you're not doing very well. But I think all of us in this room are aware that there are things that we have major concerns about this combined authority, and there have been for some time. So I don't think that I think it's interesting that this absolutely refers back to things which have already been flagged and doesn't appear to raise any new concerns. I think that the recognition of the Improvement Board as a key partner in giving DLUC reassurance and that they will work, that DLUC will work with the Improvement Board and we will work with the Improvement Board. I think that clarity is very helpful, and it gives the Improvement Board a very clear role from their side as well as from our side, and I think that that's quite useful as well. I don't think that there are any of the things that they say that they want us to be doing that we are not already signed up to be doing, which is also helpful. So it does feel as if while it's never very good or helpful to be in a space where you're having to have your homework checked by other people, there isn't anything here that I wouldn't want them to be checking and I wouldn't want us to be doing anyway. And from that point of view, I think the clarity is useful, and I also welcome their very clear steer that they expect us to fully engage with the Independent Improvement Board and its recommendations, and I think that's useful. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. I shall be brief. As another senior civil servant, we seem to have rather a lot of us around this table. I would concur with Alex's reading. To use a civil service phrase, this is regularising the arrangements. It's putting it on record. Certainly, were we not making the progress we have made in the last couple of months, I would be concerned to receive a letter like that. But given where we are and the ongoing work and the ongoing commitment, and may I be bold because I don't want to jinx it, and the way that we've managed to have today's meeting and the positive way in which we are continuing to work across the chamber, I think all of those are really positive steps forward. Finding the things that actually we are agreeing on. We've just agreed a plan about how we're going to work together going forward. There is obviously work to be done. We've picked up issues today that said, yes, there is still ongoing work. I think, having had also experience of Ofsted, where you do get, must improve letters, the answer is, were we not aware of the issues, that's the point at which you should be most concerned. So in other words, if you get a letter like this and you are completely oblivious that you have an issue and you're not clear exactly what they are and what you're going to do, that would be a cause for concern. We're not in that place. We are very painfully aware of the things we need to do. We are working very hard with our team, ably led by Gordon and his colleagues, to try and get us into the right place. But it is a journey. And it's really important we keep that momentum going, and that we keep the pace increasing as much as we can, so this sort of uncomfortable letter is not on the table for long.
Gordon, do you want to answer those? I know you have some other points to make as well.
I have two other things just to briefly mention, and as my screen's frozen, I can't remember quite where they are. But in the assurance section, I did refer to the quinquennial review process. And at the time I wrote it, I thought it was going to be done this year. It's actually going to take 2 years. So since I wrote this, we've had the introductory meetings, various officers have been to the technical meetings. It is a different process from the last cycle. It broadly requires, by May, we need to submit a design for evaluation of our work, and it solely relates to economic growth. That is the test. We have to show a design that we will then commission and pay for over the subsequent 9 months or so. So this will come to a final challenge meeting about 2 years from now, by which time we will have commissioned and received a range of evaluative evidence. So there's a cost to that. I don't know what that cost is going to be yet, but it'll be of some significant amount. We're going through this with a range of other authorities. This isn't just, the timing isn't just to do with us. So the SQW, who the department have commissioned, are describing and running the technical requirements, and they will evaluate whether our proposed form of evaluation meets the standard that they're commissioned to look at. So it's going to take 2 years just to keep us all busy. The third thing just to raise is I did summarize all the various pockets of funding that have been agreed since the last meeting at the tail end of October. Of course, there's been things since then, the 48 point odd million the other day. It was two issues here. One was to show that despite the fact we're only occasionally getting back to those bigger numbers, and I have reason to believe the good news in next month, this takes I mean, you know this, but it's worth saying so that officers hear it, because many officers watch these meetings. That the amount of work involved from officers and your authorities, along with CPCA officers, to put these bids in is really significant. And when so much of it is actually competitive bidding, it's really tricky for people to believe it's worthwhile. And if you remember, just before Christmas, we had the opportunity to bid into a particular fund with limited guidance about what that was to be. Fortunately, the department increased the response times by 50% to 72 hours, and that gave us a little bit of a time. And collectively, we secured 8 point something million there, which was great. So given that the message from you has, one of the messages from you has been about better system working, better liaison between officers in councils and the CPCA, I think a range of these things are evidence of doing that. And I really welcome Councillor Fitzgerald saying so on tweet the other day. Much appreciated by officers, I know. I think that's probably all I want to say, Councillor.
Thank you, Gordon, because I think we segue very nicely into the last item on the agenda, which is our improvement plan update, which I do want us to hear before we close the meeting. Clearly, that's a very important thing for us to be looking at the moment. Whilst Angela is taking her seat, as you say, many officers are listening, and I want to note my thanks for all the work they are doing. As has been said, we are aware of the issues to address, and I know there are very many officers working very hard on addressing those issues. And at that point, Angela, over to you to tell us something about that.
Thank you. I will be brief. The recommendations are to note. And while there's still an awful lot to do, there are some areas, and some have been identified in the board this afternoon. I think it's important to note that progress has been made across all areas of the improvement programme. Indeed, there's been reports on the agenda today. The corporate plan is one of those. So the corporate plan and values have been agreed. The staffing structure for the Office of the Mayor has been agreed and recruitment undertaken. The exec team senior structure has been agreed. Indeed, the employment committee met this morning to do the shortlisting for 2 exec director posts. A workshop with the business board took place on the 7th of December, and options are being put in a paper for consideration by this board. The bus strategy is prepared and consultation began week commencing the 9th of January. So there is progress being made across all areas. And chief execs from our constituent councils are very actively involved in all of the above, and their contribution is valued. Where there have been changes to the timelines for the delivery, and this has been recommended in specific improvement areas, this has been done in conjunction with the chief execs who are sponsoring or leading those themes, because it's important that we ensure that we focus on real and sustained improvement rather than ticking the box. The details on progress is set out in the report in the appendix, and as I've shared, the board is asked to note this. Just turning very briefly to the IIB, the induction day has taken place. You all attended that, and both you and chief execs were involved to share your perspectives and also your insights. This enabled the IIB in the afternoon to reflect and determine their potential areas for focus. And IIB meetings will take place bi-monthly, and dates will be circulated later this week. The report also sets out briefly that when board considered improvement in October, it also set out some key areas that after 3 months there should be progress being seen. And it is proposed, because it is an important element, to actually review our progress, not only for the learning from the last 3 months, but also to maintain the pace of improvements that we need to embed. It also gives us opportunity to pull in any specific areas of focus for the IIB, and indeed that have been set out in the letter that we received yesterday on best value. So, Chair, it is an important review. And given the time restraints, we are very nearly at 3 o'clock. I will leave it there for any questions or comments.
Thank you, and I know that you'll be available to take questions from us at any point afterwards as well. Are there any questions or comments on this item? Councillor Conboy. And again, I'd want to echo that and thank you for the work you've done. And I would say that the lack of comment shows that we are satisfied with what you're doing. You've given us lots. Shouldn't have spoken too soon, should I, Councillor Fitzgerald? Let me just finish thanking Angela. But I really do want to thank you for the work you're doing here, and we all appreciate it. Councillor Fitzgerald, would you like the last word?
I wasn't going to say anything, but look, great work. We're all making progress. But I don't share Sarah's view of the world as we see it today. Whilst there are green shoots, there is a long way to go for this board and this authority to get trust, consensus, and improvement. And it's not easy. So, office is great, doing marvellous, but it's all got to come together. And I don't want to, and again, it's for people watching. I know what's required, and I don't want to give people who are watching, and that's the people, I don't mean members of the public either, that I am in any way thinking we're doing a good job. We're not. We're not awful at the moment, but it can easily all go wrong within a meeting's time. And Gordon's done great stabilising the operation, all the other officers, marvellous. But I want to be clear with government and others, there's a long way to go yet.
Thank you. And I felt very encouraged by a lot of the debate today. I think a lot of that debate is showing that willingness to demonstrate capacity, capability to deliver for our residents, to develop an operating model that delivers for our residents. I would absolutely agree. We clearly have a journey, or we wouldn't be looking at these improvement plans, but I'm very encouraged by the level of some of these debates today. I am going to close it there. That is now my final word. I want to thank you very much for everything you have contributed. I declare the meeting closed.